Paradox, you've started out early, yeah. Sorry I'm a minute late. I just realized I didn't have a beverage with me. Which obviously ain't the one. The last thing I want to be doing is walking away midstream. Do you know what I mean? How are we doing today, guys? What is fucking good? What is fucking good? No, you know what? Yeah, I think I'm actually pretty good at being here on time. You know, I'm like usually quite. So I've had a bit of a long day though today. I was in the car for like 6 hours, so it was a bit of a slog today. But I'm here. I'm glad to be here. You know I love you, motherfuckers. How we doing today? Yeah, that's the first thing I was going to ask, like making sure that Northwest is all right. I know how important monetization is. How you doing, Mikey? It's good to have you in here, bro. Yeah, Northwest. What happened, man? Did they give you any indication as to what the hell's going on? That sounds fucking awful. I bet it was for some arbitrarily stupid fucking reason as well. I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling shitty, Mikey. I hope things improve for you. Feel free to share your upset and anything you want to talk about in here. I don't make much on YouTube anyway. So is it a case of like is it the live chats and stuff like that they've cut you off on? Oi, brutally honest MMA rate. Oh, Mountain Man, I haven't seen you in here, brother. How you doing? I appreciate the reused content. That's a wanky thing. I fucking hate when they do that. Smelly fingers, my man. Probationary sub, fair enough. I'll do my best to earn it. How we doing, brutally honest? Great stream early on, by the way. I really enjoyed it. It's starting to become a habitual thing, man. Me getting over to you. Brutally honest sent us and said to get fucked. That's how things tend to start off in here. They start off with like, like personal abuse, and then it just goes downhill from there. So it starts bad and like ends worse. I can see this chat for some reason. You can see this chat. What do you mean by that? Were you just ignoring it before? That's so weird. Oh no, I've put it up in the screen as well because I'm fucking old and half blind, and I want to make sure that I don't miss chats as much as possible. Like Western really gets on my balls for that, and rightfully so. It's not like I've got a million people in here, so like it's not good that I miss chats along the way. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm. What's up, cunts? Here from Australia. I mean, always love to have some Aussies in here. Chris Gray, how you doing, brother? They did finally take the guy that was eating his shit back to mental hospital, so that's good. See, that's the way you guys need to learn how to start fucking chat up in here. You see that right there? This is something we can get into. I was beginning to think that we were going to have to walk him into the woods like an old dog and POW to get rid. Bro, I'm surprised that doesn't go down more often in your line of work, to be honest. I know you deal with some fucked up individuals. It's coming home. It's fucking not. Yeah, I do like to try and grab. Mate, if you've ever been here before, and I think some of the chat in here can testify to this. I mean, yesterday we got into some really fucking bad. We got into some really dodgy conversations, such as, "Is it okay to hit a woman?" Was one of the ones that came up. After they've hit you first, of course, we managed to talk about that for about 30 minutes, and then we had to talk about if it's okay to like munt a midget. And which we were talking about Hasbulla specifically across a football field. And that was one or two of the highlights from yesterday. So you can expect that kind of caper in here. It's basically anything goes. Yeri or Alex. I was picking Alex the entire time, and then I flipped at the last minute to Yeri because it's a hard fight to pick, and I think I'm just going to go with my heart on that one. If she deserves it, that's what we basically got to yesterday. And pretty much most of the chat agreed with me, which is, it's slightly fucked up, but you know, I missed out yesterday's stream. It was a fucking doozy. It was a doozy. So I casually just dropped. I was like, oh, you know, was Dana White right for slapping his wife? Didn't think, you know, not thinking it was going to go anywhere. And literally, it got dark. It got dark really quickly. Like my simple take on it was just, I don't want to go too far into it again because we talked a lot about it yesterday. But my philosophy is like, if someone gives you a slap, they deserve to get it back, and that was the general gist. Who do you think deserves a title shot after Yuri? I mean, I don't know, man. I still maintain it should not be Ankalaev. I know people are going to hate me for that, but I'm not a big Ankalaev fan. I think if you sit around for 2 years crying like a little bitch, and then you fight No Chin Walker twice, one of the times you should have been DQ'd, I don't think you should get a title shot off that. I think you should fuck off, basically. Did most of the chat agree to hit a woman after they hit you? They did. It was like, I didn't put a poll up or anything about it, but it felt like it was like 95% of people. We had a couple of people who decided to go a bit soy on us. Weston was one of them. Never hit a woman. There's no excuse for hitting a woman. You know, clearly all that shit. But yeah, it got pretty dark. I'm not gonna lie. I had like a really bad. I looked back on it. I don't usually watch my own streams, but the little rant that I had, and somebody brought it up in the comments, which is why I went back and looked at it. Apparently, I had like a really bad rant about Hasbulla as well, where I basically, you know, I said some very threatening things. I'll put it that way. Ion Kutalaba, it definitely deserves a title shot. He probably deserves it more than fucking Ankalaev right at this point. Yeah, the thing is, I think we did a poll yesterday. Who was it that won the poll? I completely forgot, between Alex and Yuri. I remember it being pretty close. I think most people ended up picking Yuri, from what I remember. I don't hit women. I just uppercut them in the titties until they assume the position. That's always my philosophy. Yeah, true. I guess Magomed should fight Hill or Roundtree, and the winner should get a title shot. I think if Magomed gets one more and stops crying all the time, I'd be happy. I'd be happy for him to get a shot. I just don't like him as well, and it's not because he's Dagestani. It's just because he's a cunt and he's a crybaby. I've never seen in UFC history somebody cry so much in the middle of the octagon that your opponent goes, "Just give him the belt. Just give him the fucking belt." Like, that was next level pathetic to me. So yeah, I didn't appreciate that. And fuck him. He's a cunt. Gotta get him to learn sometimes. Yeah, I think Alex was 55, Yuri was 45. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it was a close one. I literally flip-flopped at the last minute and I went for Yuri. I just have a weird feeling that, like, do you know what it is? I said this yesterday. I'll just quickly cover what I said. I think the fact that Alex has been traipsing around the entire world, you know, he's turning up in Australia, he's turning up in fucking Japan, he's in a fucking fire station in the middle of America. It looks to me like he's doing the tour, and that he was not really expecting this to come along this soon. Whereas Yuri, as soon as he whooped Rakic, he was back in the forest fucking around, and you know, he's not injured. Yeah, but you know what? We'll redo the fucking poll. Instead of me just saying this is what the poll did, we've got some new people in here. Let's be fucking professional. So there's me opening my own because I can only open polls on my own YouTube. So let me just do that right now. So we'll ask the question again. But by the way, actually, for some of you that don't realize, what I do is every Friday, I basically do like a 4-leg parlay, and I let the chat choose who I should put the money on. So I do my own parlay on a Thursday, and then on a Friday, I do a little vote. So we were going to do this anyway. So hang on, who wins? We'll just get it off. We'll just get it off started immediately. So who wins? Erie or Alex? I'll just make this simple because, you know, I'm fucking lazy. I don't like typing. Right. Let's go. So whoever you guys pick, is going to be the first one to stick in the parlay. I don't care what you choose to do, if it's your head or your heart. Just do what you think Do what you think works best for you. And whoever wins, I'm gonna do a 4-legger this time. Last week we did a 5-leg, and the chat got 4 right out of 5. If you wanted to know who fucked us up, I think it was shit. Who fucked us up again? Let me go back and check. Hang on a sec. Sorry, guys. It wasn't Johnny Walker because everyone picked. Oh yeah, it was Volkov. Everyone picked Pavlovich in the chat, and that could have been a nice little Bunsen burner. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, we didn't hit it. My PSI. Sorry, I'm gonna just catch up. So we've got the poll going. Just speak with your hearts, my friends. Jan should have finished him with leg kicks. I don't know why he stopped spamming them. I thought he was doing quite well with the Jan Blachowicz, you mean? Probably because it fucking hurts to kick that dude. He's got legs made out of rock. That would probably have a lot to do with it. I get the feeling that when people kick Alex's legs, it's kind of like you give a lot to do that, to land. So that might be what the case was. I think Alex wins, but I want Yuri to win. I think that's what it comes down to for me. I think I'm just like, I really want Yuri to win. So fuck it, I'm picking him. And it's not even that I don't like Alex. I've been saying he's pound for pound number 1 for the last several weeks. I've been getting called a fucking dipshit for it. So it's probably in my best interest that he starches Yuri out so that it makes my video seem less retarded. I don't want to get into it then, but I wouldn't unless she is attacking someone close to me, my cats, or got a weapon. Nut kick or eye poke me. Plus, if there's an ugly or fat, that's always easier. So you're saying weight should be a factor. I dig you. It very much depends on the situation for me. I would just bet that fight doesn't go the distance, Frankie. That's not a bad one, but I'm wondering what odds you can get on that. It wouldn't surprise me if it went the distance. Because it always seems to go like that in betting, especially when it's very clear that someone's been starched. Or someone's going to get starched. It's usually when it goes against the grain. All right, let's see what we've got for the votes so far. We've got 17 votes. See what I'm saying? 53, 47. Fuck me. I'm smart. I said Volkov. I know you did, bro, and so did I. But the chat fucked us. Or should I say they fucked me? The chat loves fucking with my money. Well-groomed Volkov, new mythical fighter. Yeah, the combing. As soon as he started getting his hair combed in between rounds, I was like, this is over. And I wanted Volkov to win. I did pick him. But the chat like very strongly went for Pavlovich. I think it was like 83% or something. And we got like 20 votes for him. So I was like, fuck it. All right. Yeah, Jan versus Ankalaev. I don't know why he stopped. Jan's probably he's probably done the best all round against Alex, apart from apparently he's done he did the best against Alex apart from Izzy. I will stop by your stream, Paradox. Yeah, Paradox is lighting it up at the moment. I can't wait to see your next video. How do you call Alex pound for pound and pick against him 1 week later? I just really like Yuri. It's more the circumstances. When I made that pound for pound Alex video, I was thinking he's at least 6 weeks off getting a fight. It's more circumstantial than me thinking that Yuri's better than him. I'm more thinking I'm seeing him fuck about. He's not really training as consistently as he usually does. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. Whereas Yuri's healed. He's clearly been training the right things. I don't know. It just makes it a little bit more of a... Yuri's not the kind of guy you want to go in and not be 100% ready for. Because he is a Chad and he is crazy and he is unpredictable. And with him being healed from the shoulder and stuff now, I don't know. I just think he's going to get it done. Or maybe I just want him to get it done. Picks video out now. I'm going to go by and check that immediately. I'm interested to see what you think about it as well. Paradox, my guy. I have too many streams to say I'll be there much. I think Lucas Tracy won the rich kids though. I don't know what that means. Are you all right over there? I really want Yeri, but if Alex wins, I won't be mad. Izzy will see. I always like seeing Israel Adesanya pissed off. It definitely makes my day. Tony will win against Chiesa, mark my words. I'm going to remember this. Because Tony is as fucked as it gets. Go on your own gut feeling, not the chat. No, so I've got my own parlay. This is kind of a unique thing I do on a Friday where I let the chat pick one of the parlays. Just for a bit of fun. But I do my own parlay as well on the side. It's because it just makes it easier for me as well. I'm like, because often I'll sit there for ages thinking like, what the fuck should I do? Whereas if I let the boys pick one, it just makes it easier for me. And to be fair, the chat have been really solid. You guys always try to like pick with your brain and not try to fuck with my money. Paradox, don't tell Frankie, but I'll probably be more in Dougie's and Ronan gonna wear a headdress and face paint, so I've got to check that out too. What is Ronan doing? I might get over there for that myself. Yuri doesn't check leg kicks, and Alex has amazing leg kicks. He looks like he's been practicing that, though. It looks like he's been specifically training for that. So I don't know. These fighters have been training for so many years. It's all muscle memory at this point. Training less and letting your body relax can do more good than bad. Yeah, I'd say it's very hard to, train yourself against what you're so used to doing. But that's the thing I like about Yuri. Like, I don't think he knows what he's going to do. I think he's got no clue, to be honest. When's the Piotr Jan vid dropping? I want to know. I want the answer to that question as well. He's an autistic, full bearded Chad like me. I think everyone in here is autistic, to be honest, from what I can gather. Like it's the same. I'll finish it today. Paradox, sweet. Siday's another one. Side, how's your YouTube channel getting on? I haven't had a chance to get over there in a little while. I'm definitely gonna check that out. Michael Chiesa versus literally anyone loses via submission. When is Rowan doing the face paint and headdress thing again? When did this become a thing? Like, that's a really good idea. I don't have the balls to do something like that. Calf kicks on everything. No, do you know what? Yeah, I think as well. That Yuri was actually handling them that well. I don't think it was that fucked him up. I think it was getting dumb and just blitzing in and getting caught was what fucked him up. I think he was doing fine with the leg kicks up until that point. And when he was going for takedowns, he was doing well. So I don't know. I just have a weird feeling that Yuri's going to get it done. I don't know why. Be safe, Mikey. Hope you get back nice and toasty there. Haven't uploaded in a few days. Connor video isn't picking up. I'll give you some advice, Side A. Yeah, Connor videos don't do it anymore. I'll be real, yeah. The videos that I've done in the last year, whenever I make a Connor video, I think, oh yeah, man, this is gonna take off. It never does. No one gives a fuck about Conor McGregor anymore. They just don't. They don't give a shit. So it was a fantastic month for my channel, though. That's the thing. You're gonna have peaks and troughs. I think with YouTube, you just have to keep consistent and keep doing it, and don't give up when things get hard. And they will get hard at times. Like it was only 4 or 5 months ago for me where I was getting videos that one would get 1,000, and I'd be like, right, fucking hell, I'm onto something. And then the next one would get 75, and I'd be like, what the hell's going on? It just is what it is. Yuri loved getting calf kicked by Rakic. What happened? He was healed. And he'd done a training camp. I think that had a lot to do with it. Yeah, it's not that I think Alex is a better fighter than Yuri. I think he's more dangerous, but it's just what he's been doing these last few months that is really concerning me. So that's why I've kind of changed my hashtag me too. Don't worry, we can get back to talking about hitting women in anytime you want. Hang on a sec. Come in. This is my son. My son's having a bit of a wobbler tonight. He just got his new bed, which he asked for, and now apparently he's not too happy. He wants to get back. Whoops. I might have to go and check on him in a second. Nah, couldn't give a fuck about Connor. He's washed and a nasty, selfish prick. That's exactly how I feel about him. And then, to be fair, I was in Dublin last week and I saw him and I was like, coming in my pants. So I'm a bit of a bullshitter, to be honest. Everyone says that about Connor, and then as soon as he turns up in the arena, they're like, getting on their knees. Everyone just gets on their knees together. It's crazy. I thought I was going to be the only one, and then I turned to my side, and the whole row was just kneeling down. It's nearly 1 a.m. because basically I had to take him with me to go and get his sister today. His sister had her last day of school, so I had to go get her. So he ended up sleeping in the car, which if you're a parent, you know is like not the one. Because I've basically been spending the last like 6 months getting his sleep pattern sorted out because he goes to school in August. Despite what you might think about me, I'm a relatively responsible human being sometimes. While I drink this, so yeah, I'm trying to sort that out. But obviously today, sleeping in the car fucked him up. I want to see Rakic versus Pereira. Rakic is a long way off now. He probably needs at least 2 more fights. I do think Rakic is good. He looked great in the first round. But I just don't think I think he's way far off now. I think they're going to do something like Rakic versus Roundtree, and I think Rakic will fuck him up. Telling me you wouldn't want to have a pint and maybe a sniff with Connor, bro? I'm down. I'm down. There's no way I'm saying no to that. I'll talk shit about him all day on the internet and then suck him off in person. It's just the real thing. I know you wouldn't, Tats. That left hook of Alex is too nasty. I agree with you. But like, Yuri was doing well in that fight until he suddenly wasn't. And I think if he'd been smart and taken a Hill or somebody else before he fought Alex, it would have gone much better for him. But he comes off what was life, like potentially career-ending shoulder injury. And to get back in there with Alex, who had been active, was a dumb decision. But he looked really good against Rakic in the end. Rakic is a savage. He managed to get that done. I just don't know. I think if he goes with the takedowns and manages to wear Alex out a bit, especially with Alex not being in full training camp, I think he'll be all right. Are you Slavic? No, I'm a cunt. I wouldn't spend 1 second with that McGregor demon. I like to think that I would tell him to fuck off and go do one, but I wouldn't. Like, legit, when he came into the arena on Saturday, I was like, he's here? What? Wow. Like, where is he? Gassed. Because I went to go and get a beer or something, and I missed him coming out. And then the whole crowd was literally like losing their shit. And I was like, what's going on? Like, because it was Bellator, so obviously it was dead as fuck. But suddenly everyone was hyped up, and yeah, he was just walking around in his wife beater. Everyone losing their fucking shit. We were flaming you in Dougie's chat last night, Frankie. Rightfully so. I'm sorry that I missed it. I would have liked to have turned up for that. I do like a good public roast. I would have got off on it. That's how I ejaculate, mate. It's the only way I can come these days. I need to get like verbally abused and then maybe get a few slaps in as well. It's the only way. I'm a bit of a sick fuck now. All right, so hang on. Where's the as far as the are we done with this poll then? And it looks like Yuri has bagged the win. Is that what we're going with? I might give it a couple more minutes just to make sure. I don't want anyone to lose the opportunity to screw me out of money. And we've got Yuri at 58% now, so hang on a second. I might go back into Dougie's chat to see how brutal it was. That would be awesome. Yuri only got KO'd because he threw one of the worst punches I've ever seen him throw. That's what I'm saying. People say like ring rust isn't a thing. It fucking is. And especially if you're going in there with somebody like Alex, who's an absolute monster. It just takes one mistake. That's the thing. And I think Yuri is used to walking through everyone's shit. Because I mean, if you've seen him in if you saw him in his Rising days, he gets clipped all the time. He got clipped against No Time. He got clipped against Reyes. He got clipped against well, he got more than clipped against what's his face, Glover, and he just chads his way through it. So he probably thought, I can do that again. He's going to be a lot more wary now. I guess the Fiziev BSD fight fell apart and they're going with Moicano. Fiziev was never going to be back. I was saying this for ages. Like, Fiziev is not going to be back until 2025. Like, the injury that he got was brutal. He literally tore like he tore his muscle pretty much off the bone. He's not coming back until 2025 as much as he wants to talk shit. Not an insult, brother. Just curious. I'm of Irish descent, if that was the question. Slow mode at 10 seconds, good. Yeah, whatever you want to do, Weston. I trust your judgment. That's what you're here for. All you heard in the distance was surprise, motherfucker. The king is back. Yeah, he was. I'll tell you something though. He did an interview in the Bellator cage, and he's the most coherent I've heard him in years. He was coherent. He looked, and he wasn't limping, which was another thing that was that stood out to me. He was jumping around a bit, if anything. That toe looked absolutely mint. Yeah, I got rightfully mildly roasted on Brutally, to be honest. It's soul soothing. Bruv, I love it. I love getting slapped. It's worth it. It's what I came on the internet for, to be honest. To get a good paste in. Just beat it, Tim. Shit on me chest like. Speak for yourself. My ring is without rust. Instagram loser of Yuri versus Alk can fight. That's what I think should happen with Ankalaev. I guess he's off the coke. He looked fresh as a daisy. He really did. Like, he looked uninjured and he looked coherent. I mean, he must have spoke on the mic for like 4 or 5 minutes, and he was completely coherent. There was no like slurring. You know, the shit you've seen in his interviews lately. He sounded like himself, which I haven't seen for a while. But yeah, fuck him. Eminem. What do you want to talk about of Eminem? I still haven't heard his new stuff. I used to be a big Eminem fan as well. I haven't really listened to any of his new music in a long time. I think what was that album where he had the I think the album that had Till I Collapse on it was the last one I heard. I can't remember the name of the album. That's the last time I've listened to that guy. But yeah, I think he is probably off the coke and back on it. But yeah, back on what you should be doing. I don't think he's gonna fight again though. Smelly fingers beat what? My cock. It's a bit gay for an MMA chat. It's not gay for in here, mate. It's not gay for in here, to be honest. Just give it 45 minutes or so, and it will get dark in here. If you go back to yesterday's stream, it's a perfect example. It was really nice and just normal for about 20 minutes, and then we just got straight into it. It got dark. The Eminem show, that was the one. I don't really have anything bad to say about Eminem. He's not somebody that I listen to a lot, but like Houdini was decent. I've heard I've heard the hook of it because it's obviously everywhere on not Instagram, Twitter. It probably is on Instagram as well. It's everywhere on YouTube and on Twitter. So I have heard the hook, but like I still haven't got round to listening to it yet. I guess I'll give it time. We were just roasting you about saying it's blasphemy taking Nate Dogg over Snoop Dogg. It fucking is though. It fucking is. I love Nate Dogg, but Dougie agrees Nate was way better, which confirms that I was correct. It just Dougie's just trying to make you feel good. That's all it is. Dougie's a nice guy. I'm not. All right, so it looks like, boys, that we are going with Yuri, unless something's drastically changed in the last few seconds. Hang on. Yeah, Yuri's got 58%. I'm going to go with Yuri. I guess we can throw this parlay straight in the bin. Hang on a second, lads. Let's get that up. All right, so the next one we'll do. Should we do I mean, poll wise, we don't really necessarily have to talk about it if you don't want to. We'll do Brian Ortega and Diego Lopez. Let me throw so Yeri got 55% with 20 votes. I'm calling that a close. So we'll do who wins. And then we'll do Ortega. That's not how you spell Ortega. Ortega versus Lopez. I'll make sure I spell Lopez right because often I forget and do it with a Z. All right, so we'll get started on that one. Yeah, do you know what I think it was? I think a little bit too much was made out of the limping because he was wearing like ridiculous shoes. So it could have been he was just adjusting to the sandals or whatever the fuck he was wearing. How you doing, Connor's pal? Good to have you here, brother. I'm doing good. Friday's always my favorite day, even though I had a fucking long one. T City by Waichi and Sub. The thing is, yeah, I've been picking Lopez I've been picking Ortega the entire time, and I love Lopez. So I don't know. It's a tricky one. I'm gonna stick with Ortega, and the thing is that I thought, and I said this on stream yesterday. I heard it was a 5-rounder, and now that I know that it's I heard it was a 5-rounder, and now that I know that it's a 3-rounder, I'm nervous again. I would have favored Ortega way more in 5 rounds. I don't know why. Did you change your pick after it was moved to lightweight? That's the thing. I'm like, I haven't, but I'm a little bit more nervous because he looked sheepish on the scale. He looked like he was fucked. Like he looked like he'd done something wrong. I'm assuming I don't know why I don't know how the UFC could be pissed off with him because he took the fight on short notice, and they did tell him he was going to be fighting at lightweight at the Sphere. So they can't really ask too much, It is what it is. Hey, Brutally Honest is in the house. Great stream, I live on Brutally Honest streams these days. I'm usually in there for 2 or 3 of them. I love Brutally Honest streams. I don't know what I ever did without them. Yeah, man, it's a 3-rounder. I heard it was 5. I don't know where I heard that from. Maybe I made it up. I did hear somebody or it might have been on Twitter, them saying it was because it was the co-main, it was going to be 5 rounds. So part of my prediction was based on that, and obviously it was based on the fact that it was going to be at 145. And the thing is, Lopez looks massive next to him and shredded. So I'm like, ugh. And he's been in 5-rounders before. Like, people will go, Lopez has never been in a 5-rounder. He fucking has. He was in loads of 5-rounders in Lux. He has the cardio. He's shown he does. Will he have the cardio at 155? I don't know. I usually don't go against Ortega, but this is the right time. I've gone against Ortega a bunch of times, and it's been a mixed bag. I thought Yair Rodriguez was going to fuck him up. I thought it was going to be easy, and I was wrong. Very, very wrong. Was Hey West, and this is good so far. Nice find for me. I'm entertained. Fuck you dudes if you're not. Bro, it's like I said, this is the kind of place here where I'm not taking credit for anything entertaining that goes on in here because, to be honest, I just let you guys bring up what you want to bring up and then we just talk about it. I'm literally just like, this is like no holds barred shit because I know that sooner or later I'm going to get kicked off YouTube. So I might as well just fast track my way there. Lopez is a massive featherweight. He is. Lopez is a big dude. I'm surprised that he didn't enter as a lightweight. I mean, he looked massive when he fought in Lux. I think he's fought in Lux at lightweight a couple of times. I think Lopez can defeat Ortega by sheer strength. Dude looks swole. Yeah, and the thing is, it's the striking is going to be very, very different because Ortega is not a good striker. But the reason why I went with Ortega, and I'm going to be real, It's his chin. I know he gets beat up a lot, but he's kind of like Homer Simpson in that way. He takes a bit of a beating and then he just grinds his way out. And regardless of what people say about Lopez's jiu-jitsu, and it is good, Ortega's way better. Ortega's way better, I just think. ITP said it's not gay if the dick is on a girl. We're going to need to clarify that one. Before we get into that, we're going to need to clarify that one. Because I remember we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, where you know, when I hate talking about the Tates, but like I thought the video was kind of funny. You know, when he basically said, would you rather fuck somebody that looks like Megan Fox but has a dick, or somebody that looks like Hulk Hogan but has a pussy? Like, you know, gun to your head type situation. I mean, this is what I'm saying, Northwest. I mean, I think we're going to have to clarify that. ITP said, is it not gay if the dick is on a girl? If you have a dick, you're not a girl. If you like dick, you're gay, period. I think the question, Northwest, is, and maybe assuming, I'm just, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm assuming you're talking about in a situation where you're fucking the girl, obviously from behind. You know, you're kicking the old back door in, as they say. And there's no dick play involved. For me, that's still gay, in my opinion. But I would argue, and this might sound controversial, I'd argue it's obviously less gay than straight up fucking a dude that doesn't look like a female whatsoever. But gay's gay. Her dick, yeah, this is the world we live in now, Mountain Man. And speaking of Mountain Man, that's where I'm planning on heading the way things are going. Especially as they're teaching all this they, if she, whatever bullshit in schools now. I'm gonna have to take my son off to the mountains, to be honest. Lol, I get kicked off YouTube all the time. I only got access again after serving legal notice of interfering with my ability to counsel my patients. I put them into MMA gainer chats. They block my... Still gay. I mean, it's still gay. That's the thing. It still is. The thing is, yeah, I do think there are levels of gay, but it's like, it's still gay. And I will clarify, there is nothing wrong with that. I don't have anything against people who swing that way. Personally, it's not my flavor. But I would never rag on somebody for having those kind of tastes. What I would say is own it. We live in a world now, yeah, where it's all right to be gay. Own that shit. What the fuck did you just say? I'm happy to re-say it again. Ortega had a choice. In what sense? You mean of the Ortega had a choice. Can you clarify that comment for me? I nearly spilled Guinness all over my laptop there. That would have been a very poor end to the evening. By the way, if you guys could like and sub, I really appreciate it. I know some of you are doing it on like a temporary basis to see if it's worth hanging around here. I can't promise you that, because it's basically down to you dudes where this goes. If you have to ask if it's gay, it is. I think that's a good rule of thumb to have. I think if you're like, I'm not sure it's gay. Do you know what I mean? I think that's a fair way to put it. I'm glad you guys brought this up, because it's just, you know, I wanted to go here, but I didn't want to bring it up, you know, because it was something that kind of got touched upon a little bit on yesterday's stream, and I was like, yeah, we can get some traction out of this one. We can get some mileage out of this shit. Sean from Coronation Street is one of the only great gays. I'm going to give you that, Chris Gray. I'm going to give you that. He is. I did not mind him at all. There's a couple of gay dudes that didn't completely jar the fuck out of me. This is a great question. Are you okay with school teaching your son LGBTQT? And what would you do if he identifies as a gal? I'm not gonna lie, I'd whoop his ass. But the thing is, yeah, here's the thing, right? I'd be more comfortable with my son saying he's gay than my son saying he's a girl. I'm gonna touch wood immediately, because obviously in an ideal world, I don't want either of those things to happen. But when I'm not joking when I say this, like I am not educating my son in this country. I'm just not. And again, if someone wants to identify as whatever the fuck they want, that's their own business. But I don't want it rammed down my son's throat, literally or figuratively. So as soon as next year pops around, I'm fucking off to some country where that shit doesn't fly. And I don't care if that sounds fucked up. I don't care if I'm offending somebody who's gay or trans or whatever. I should have the choice to not want that to be part of my son's education. That's basically the way it is. I don't, and the thing is, yeah, I used to be a teacher and I used to be a professor. And the one thing that I noticed about coming back to teach in England, I did like a couple of days in a secondary school a few months ago, just to cover for somebody. And every text they were doing was either gay or about transgenders. Every single text they were doing. It's like they're trying to make up for I just don't approve of it. Bruh, go to Dubai. I used to live in the Middle East. I wouldn't mind going back there. I enjoyed my time there. And again, I don't mean to sound like a fuckhead. Like I'm not shitting on people's life choices. I'm just saying I don't have to like it. Just in the same way that if a transgender person doesn't like what I say, they should be able to tell me to go fuck myself. Just in the same way that I should be able to tell you that I think it's kind of fucked up what you're doing and go fuck yourself. I'm not saying stone them to death or get like whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But I should be able to control what my son learns and what my son doesn't learn. Just in a roundabout way to answer that question. But yeah, the Middle East is going to be one of the choices. Because like I said, I've lived there before and I kind of enjoyed it. Your choice is homeschooling then. Now the thing is, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of against homeschooling because I think it makes kids weird. I think they need that social element, but there's plenty of countries that don't rock with that. What I'm saying is he's not going to be learning because he's obviously going into kindergarten next year. And they're not going to be teaching it then, obviously. Or I hope. Do you know what I mean? But I probably will. I'm planning on fucking off in the next year or two. But Chris, to answer your question, I do have family here, so I'll always be coming back. I just don't want to I don't want to be educating my son here. It's just having seen it firsthand, I'm like, nah, I'm all good, bros. Yeah, cutting your penis off and having an open wound claim as a vagina is not a vagina. But this is where again, Northwest. I'm gonna be real with you, yeah. This is where we get levels of gay, though, innit? Because it's like I think, like I said, if you fuck a woman who was born biologically a man, it's gay, but there's levels. So, for example, if you fuck a man that looks like a woman but has a penis, that's very gay in my opinion. If you fuck a woman that has their penis chopped off and they have an artificial vagina, it's less gay. It's still gay, but it's less gay. There's levels to being gay, in my opinion. I have a good friend I haven't spoken to in 8 months because he works at a school and puts he, him pronouns in his work emails. Yeah, I'm never doing that. And I don't care who I offend. I'm never doing that. I basically judge as soon as I've identified in my brain, all right, that's a bitch and that's a dude. I stick with it. I don't care if you're offended or not. And I'm willing to argue my point about it. Almost all homeschool. Sorry, hang on a second. Yeah, he's corrupted. 100% he's corrupted. I'm not going down that road. I misspoke so bad. You're gonna have to clarify that. I misspeak all the time. Almost all homeschool kids are weird, especially if they're only. Sorry, hang on a second. Sorry, guys. Especially if they're an only child, bro. I'm willing to get into this one day. I've got a kid who's 18 who was homeschooled. Like I separated from the mother, and oh my god, there's issues. I'll put it that way. There's issues. He's a very smart kid, but there's definitely issues. Dana White holding hands with Saudi princess, gay or straight? That was straight up. That was straight moggery. That wasn't gay or straight. That was just an example of mogging to the highest degree. It's where somebody can say fuck you to somebody with fuck you money. That's what we saw there. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but that's how I saw that. There was nothing sexual about that. It was just the sheikh basically being like, Dana's my little bitch. I'm just showing there's levels to this. And Dana can't refuse doing this because he knows what time it would be. He can look as uncomfortable as he wants. That makes my boner like harder. You still doing it and looking so uncomfortable doing it. And that's what he was thinking. He got off on it so hard. I know I made it sound gay, but it's not about that. It's about mogging. It's about hardcore mogging. That's all it is. Homosexuality is a perversion, not a preference. I'll be real with you. Here's the thing with me and homosexuality, right? I have an uncle who's gay, and I'm gonna be real. I love the dude. Like, it doesn't bother me that he's gay. It doesn't offend me, and he doesn't. But this is the thing: he doesn't like stick it down our throats, literally or figuratively. He's like, he lives his life. He's a very good person. Doesn't bother me. Like, I get offended by it being in your face. Do you know what I mean? Them saying you have to agree with me. What, can you post it again, Mohammed? Was it very far previously? XX versus XY. Yeah, I'm with you, Tim. Gay is gay. Gay is gay. But the thing is, I'm like, my status of it is, if you're gay, just embrace it. Don't be like, oh well, she looks like a chick, but she has a dick, so it's not nice, gay, bro. Just take it. Do you know what I'm saying? Take it on the chin. Your mum's a level 7 gay blood. Don't think that's the case. What's the least gayest gay thing? I would say the least gayest gay thing is what I described. It's like where a woman has been where a man has, the dick's gone, he's got the vagina basically, whether it's been it's still gay. But that to me is way less gay than the dick being there and trying to tape that shit. There's levels to gayness, is what I'm trying to say. I'm sure there will be people who disagree with that. I have a more black and white stance on this trans BS. I'd love to hear it. I identify as a velociraptor, and you should be able to do that, sir. Like, fuck. I'd rather be weird than gay. Collective homeschooling with like-minded families. It's not a bad way to go. I think if you can still keep that socializing element there. I'd rather do homeschooling than have than send my kid to school where they're learning about that shit. And I think it was Khabib that said it a couple of weeks ago. Where he said something along the lines of like, you don't want to be handing your kid over to somebody who's teaching them things that you don't have control over. And it's a very good point. It's a very basic way of seeing it, but it's true. Very important to be around other kids and do sports if possible when young. Teaches a lot. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, my kid goes to nursery. I feel safe with him in like nursery and kindergarten because they're not learning about any of that shit. But you don't know what the teachers are saying to them. Or if they're going to have some trans teacher who's like saying weird things. Laugh my ass off, make a choice. All my kids will be Ninja Turtles. And that's that to me. I'd rather my kid was a Ninja Turtle than, man, if he ever comes to me and says I'm a girl, someone's getting a fucking next level ass whooping that day. Gay uncle, that's the beginning of a good many jokes. I keep it real in here. I think people who know me and know what my streams are like, I don't bullshit. I say it as it is. I say it as it is. And I can honestly say the dude he's a good dude. He's a good dude. I don't care what someone is or what they do, just don't put it in my face. That's exactly how I feel. Jay-Z's just summed up exactly what I've been rambling about for the last half an hour. You know? It's the same thing. Like, sometimes, to be honest, I don't know if you guys feel this way, but occasionally, when you see people, like a man and a woman in public, getting a little bit too handsy with each other, I'm like, allow that shit, man. Go home and do that shit. Do you know what I mean? I get offended by that a little bit. Maybe I'm a bit of a prude. I don't know. I don't really want things thrust in my face in general. Do you know what I mean? And I'm pretty fucked up. So the fact that I feel that way is weird. You said if you fuck a woman that had her penis chopped off and got an artificial vagina, yeah? I said it's less gay than fucking somebody who still had their dick but looked like a woman. Does anyone disagree with that? Like if you I mean if there's a scale of gay, right? Surely having no dick and having a fake vagina is less gay than having somebody who looks like a woman but still has their dick. And I will clarify, it's still gay, but I would argue that it's less gay. Maybe people disagree with me. Oh my god, bad math. You need to watch this video. Go to the search bar on YouTube and type in Key and Peele office I'm gonna tell you something. Key and Peele, I used to really hate them. And I don't say that I love them now, but I'll be honest, they have made me laugh a couple of times. Office. Hang on a second. Office homophobia. Let's see. Office homophobe. I'm gonna stick that up on the to playlist for sure. All right, so 1 second before I get back into the chats again, and I will. We've got Lopez, right? Lopez has won at 62%. So Lopez is going into the motherfucking parlay. Are we all happy with that? We're going with Lopez. All right. Hang on a sec. The next obvious one to do then, we'll go Lopez. We'll go Anthony Smith and Roman Dolidze will be the next one. We're going to go backwards because I am a backwards cunt, so it makes all the sense in the world. All right, so we've got who wins. I am going to get back to the chat instantly. I just want to make sure we get this parlay out. We'll go Smith, Smithy, and Dolidze. All right. Let's see how this one goes. Sorry, guys. All right, I'm gonna get back to it. Bisexual is just greedy, mate. That's what that is, Paradox. If you're bisexual, you're just a greedy cunt. Pick some. Make your choice. You said if you fuck a woman that had her penis chopped off and got an artificial vagina, yeah, I'm gonna need you to carry that on. Because I did say that. You said if you fuck a woman that had her penis chopped off and got... Yeah, that's what I said. I got a female second cousin that turned into a dude. Now, she was always a weird tomboy, just went all in. And again, if that's what you think, fine. It's all good. If that's what you want to do. My two fag mates never stuck it down my throat either, mate. They're ripping and always setting you up with women when single. That's the thing. I've heard that having gay dudes in they're great wingmen, from what I've heard. Post-op passing trap. The thing is, I'm going to be perfectly clear. I would never fuck with that. I still think it's gay. Because I read a book one time before I was going to go to Thailand about, apparently there's like 41 signs you can find in a because before I went to Thailand the first time, my initial thought was, oh my God, man, I'm going to get tricked. I'm going to get absolutely hammered one day in a bar, and I'm going to wake up and I'm going to roll over and there's just going to be a dick in my face and I'm going to want to kill myself. This is what I was thinking when I was like 21. So I bought a book and I was like, I better find out, if there's anything that makes it very, very obvious. Turns out you don't really need that shit. Because the last thing a ladyboy wants to do is trick you into smashing them, and then you get mad and fuck them up. They're gonna and my experiences in Thailand has always been, they always tell you, I've got a dick. In fact, girls go out of their way to say, to grab your hand and go, check me out. I don't have a dick. It's like that there. Again, you get the honest shit up in here, even if it makes me sound like a complete and utter douche and a dumbass. You will get the truth. Keep it in your pants, you animals. Is that skate Yasku? Yeah, it is. I think it is, right? I identify as an autistic, full-bearded Gigachad. For me, you've got the balance correct there, sir. Because I see myself in a very similar way. I definitely think I've got some like some undiagnosed something going on. Either Asperger's or autism is one of them. Adam's apple's one of them, but apparently they can get that shaved. Hand size, there's like shoulder to hip ratio. There's obviously size of the feet as well. Because basically, like I've the book basically tells you that men can fake a lot of these things, but they can't fake all of them. That if you're looking very, very carefully, but at the same time, you realize in that culture that you're not going to have to worry about that. They will tell you. What? Yeah, I did misphrase that. Sorry. You know what I meant. See, this is what I'm saying. They're even fucking me up. If a dude, let me rephrase that. If a dude cut his penis off and got an artificial vagina, there you go. I'm sorry. You absolutely got me right. You see what I'm saying? They're fucking me up. They're fucking me up. Get a room. That's what it's called. 100%. And that's where I'm at. What did email Mel? Did I miss something? Did I miss something based the email Melson said? I've seen you around, bro. I know how based you are. Why is transitioning to a woman so common in Thailand? Do you think? Is it just soy genetics? I don't think it's that. Do you know what I think it is? I'm telling you this legit. Yeah. What a lot of parents do in Thailand is they they hope that they're going to get a girl so that they can sell them into prostitution. This is a real thing that happens. And if they don't get a girl, what they do is they go fuck it, and then they just pump that kid full of hormones so that they get feminine features, and then they basically put them out there to get fucking fucked in the ass for money. And it happens. It happens out there. And not just in Thailand as well. Gay is gay. This queer started this. Bro, I'm gonna be perfectly real with you. I'm not upset that we're talking about this, but I didn't bring it up. You guys are in control of the chat. I guess I'm not persecuted gay man. I'm just an asshole. Yo, pushing a gay or trans rhetoric is okay, but I don't dare proclaim my heterosexuality. Fuck. How is the poll doing? We've got 13. The Lidsy's winning. Interesting. Pig Heart wins. I think I picked Anthony Smith yesterday as well, if I remember. Hey, I'm a weird tomboy and I stayed me. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being a tomboy. That's a completely different thing. Gay people are predators statistically. 6 votes to Lindsay, 7 Smith is actually polled. So it should be Smith. So I think 1 or 2 people did say they voted for Smith. They meant to vote for Smith and fucked it up. Yeah, Adam's apple. Some are post Asian males look feminine too. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. A lot of Asian males look like, like in the circus when you had those bearded ladies. They got a little bit of that going on. But I can't talk. I mean, look at my fucking face. I barely look male. It's probably a selling point. How many of them, after they put their tongue down your throat, did they say I've got a dong? Fortunately, I've never been in that situation because I'm very much like, I'm not a desperate cunt. Do you know what I mean? So I don't usually, especially in a country where you know that there's a lot of people around like that, you're more wary of who goes at you. So I would say it's never happened to me, not that I'm aware of anyway. I mean, it could have, and I just didn't know. But I imagine it doesn't happen that much because, like I said, if you're a chick here that's got a dick, the last thing you want is for the guy to find out later on and then beat the fuck out of you, because that's exactly what would happen. You can't disguise hands. Nah, you can't well, hands is the one thing that they can't change. But I will say, especially if you're in Asia, some of them do have like, I mean, look at my hands. They're very feminine. Do they look like they've done any manual labor to you? If you put a bag over my head and saw my hands, you'd be like, I'm not sure, So some of them do have naturally feminine hands. So you can't, what the point is here is that there's so many different things that you have to get right to look like a female. You're not going to get them all right. And the chances are, like I said, that a chick with a dick is not going to lie to you. Just how it is. Third world economy, exactly. ITP said it. What did he say? Dougie wants to move to Thailand. I was in Thailand like, how long ago was it? Less than 2 months ago. I had a great time. I was there for like 3 weeks. It was fucking awesome. Crystal is what did the fuck in the fuck did I come back to you? Mikey, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's never my fault. I never start this. I just continue it. Delidze isn't winning. It's 7-6 due to miskick. See, the thing is that I'm not sure now because a lot of you are saying you meant to vote for Delidze for Smith, but Delidze's winning. So I'm not sure what to do. How you doing, Guy? Nice to have you in here. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Now it's 8-6. Hashtag no farms nor farm girls. Farm girls sounds like they'd be fucking fun. I need to add that to the list. Always look for the Adam's apple. Yeah, as I was saying, Crystal, apparently you can get surgery now where you can shave that shit. We got big views on in stream tonight, dude. Bro, do you know what? Yeah, this place is. Do you know why? Do you know why this place is getting bigger and bigger? It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. I think people just like having a place where they can talk about this fucked up shit. Because the thing is, yeah, ITP's chat is great. Dougie's chat is great. But they rightfully go, do you know what? I don't want to be talking about this gay shit for too long. And they veer it away. Whereas I embrace it and just, I'm willing to talk about it for 40 minutes. If this is what you guys want to talk about, fuck it. Basically, what's going to happen to me is I'm going to get fucking kicked off YouTube and they're going to survive. So the dude's going to be on the joke's going to be on me. Is your wife Thai? No, No, she's not. No. My, the person who I got married to years ago is Chinese. Is Chinese, but I've done some, let's just say in my past, I've certainly had some, let's just say I've got around. I've definitely got some stories and I'm more than willing to get into them. I was telling the chat about the Facebook group that got started up about me, the Facebook hate group that got started up about me, which was just fucking bananas. And well and truly deserved. It was bad. Now it's 8-7 Smith. Like the stream and now that would be really, really good. And like I said, if you're not subscribed, I really would appreciate if you would. Because I am kind of growing. I'm kind of growing slowly, and it would be nice to get to like 1,000 by the end of the year. That would be sick. But because, like I said, because you guys are so active in here now, it feels like it doesn't matter to me anymore. Like I've got 40 people in here right now. I've got 15 on Twitter, and 25, 24 on YouTube, which is crazy. So I don't feel like it really matters that much. I joined the Frankie hate group. Yeah, it was. The thing is that it was the opposite of a sausage party in there. So you would have loved it. It was basically women talking about really like saying some really fucked up shit about me, and then secretly trying to like meet me behind each other's backs. So it was hilarious. Good to have you in here, though, Betty. I appreciate the hate and the love in equal measure. To be fair. Hey Paradox, have you commentated on any vids? It's a good question. I started the hate group on Facebook. The hate book on Facebook was basically a group with like 15, 16 Filipino girls in there. I'm sure you can draw the rest of your own conclusions. I didn't realize that. Like the thing is, having Facebook was ultimately the thing is, I didn't really care that it happened. I found the whole thing hilarious, but having a Facebook was definitely my downfall. Because if somebody knows your real name and they know you've got a Facebook, it's game over. So I don't have one anymore. Have I commented on any what vids? I'm looking forward to seeing your breakdown later, Paradox. I'm definitely going to be watching that. Again, if you're new to the stream and you haven't heard of Paradox, get over to Paradox the Chad, subscribe there. And like I said, the usual people, Brutally Honest MMA, Dougie's Corner, Making the Walk MMA. There's a few people you should get over to. This guy, Frankie, has a 2-incher. He is small, even more than Asians. That's the rumor. There are 1 or 2 people in here that may know differently. But I'm not going to toot my own horn. I've publicly gone on record and say that I struggle not to piss on my own nuts. So you can choose to believe me or not. It's entirely up to you. And I've also said things like, it's not my problem. I'm going to get mine. They have to get theirs. So take that as you will. Muscle emoji, based emoji, giga chat emoji. We've just got to that level now. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I've had worse things said to me. I'm literally bulletproof at this point. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, that's why I think it's common to answer your question, Connors. But I don't know why we went on such a ramble there. It totally went off course, but it often does in here. So are we done with the talking about are we done with the talking about chicks with by the way, just to clarify, we've got 17 votes and Delidzi has got 59%. Are we going with Delidzi then? Or do I need to redo the poll? How many of you accidentally clicked on Delidzi? Because I feel like I'm gonna just have to roll with it. Them's are the rules. I might just have to roll with Delidzi. Cat or dog guy? I don't want animals in my house. But if I had to choose, I'd go with a dog. It's hard though, yeah, because dogs are needy little cunts, and cats are just like self-absorbed. So it's very hard to say. Bro, I'm ashamed to say I got with like 15 Chinese students in the span of a year. No Facebook groups though. No Facebook in China, bro. So you were good to go. I was in Qatar, and like literally there are more Filipinos there than there are Qataris. There's more Thai girls there than there are Qataris. I was literally going. I lost my shit when I was over there. I literally went through like a year and a half span where I was like just I have no idea how many women I went through during that time. I'm not saying I'm proud of it because it ultimately wasn't a good thing to do, but it happened. It happened, and yeah, I ended up. I mean, like I'm still friends with I'm still friends with a couple of people that I hooked up with there. Like, so it wasn't all like complete disaster, but it is what it is. It's an experience in it, Betty. At the end of the day, like you learn from those things, and I think men all go through that stage where you kind of maybe go harder than you were intending to, and I certainly went through that stage. It's 10-9 for Smith. All right, so I'm gonna go Smith then. Are we all happy with that, or should I just redo the god? I'm gonna take your So Paradox, did you accept? No, Smith is literally ahead. I've done the maths. All right, I'm gonna go with Smith then. I'm gonna go with Smith. Is Smith the underdog? About to find out. I'll go with Smith. I don't mind redoing the poll if you guys insist on it. Smith is the underdog. Fascinating. Do you know what I'm going to do just to make it? If you guys don't mind, do you know what? Do you know what? Fuck it. I trust you. It's now saying 15. Saying 53. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with Anthony Smith. Because I think that you misclicked, and I think that Western misclicked, which would sway it in the other way. So I'm gonna go with Anthony Smith. All right. So for the last one, we're gonna go with the biggie. We're gonna go with Ian Gary and MVP. Ian Gary and MVP will be the final one. I think 4 is enough. Every time I do 5, it always fucks up. Who wins? Gary or MVP? Let's do it, boys. Let's fucking do it. Now, I said I thought Gary was gonna win by fucking awful, boring decision. So I'm gonna actually vote on this one, just to be fair. There we go. Let's see how it goes. I'm intrigued to see how this one works out. Let's get back to the chat. All right. 3 quick maths modded the dude. Fair play. Nah, 2 misclicks and Roman was ahead by 1. I got you. Thanks for keeping track of it because I would have totally lost it. This one is good, I think. Hard motherfucker. Yeah, this MVP and Gary one I'm expecting to be the most split, to be honest. This is what I'm expecting. Because I remember last night it was a bit Gary seems to be racing ahead right now. That's interesting. I did pick Gary as well. I thought Gary was gonna win it. I just have a feeling he's gonna I don't think MVP is that good, if I'm being honest. I think he's alright, but he can't wrestle, and sometimes he can be very slow and inactive, and sometimes it takes him too long to get into a fight. What do you have so far in the parlay? I have, just to remind, I've got Yeri, Diego Lopez, and Anthony Smith. So right now it's sitting at plus 710, plus 710. And I'm probably going to stick $25 on it. I might do 20. I've been doing 20 so far. Mystic Mass has MVP. Lol, my messages. Oh, yeah, sorry, man. I keep forgetting that. Sorry, bro. I keep forgetting to take the messages down. Appreciate that, bro. To be fair, you were the only one who said something that could get put up because most of it was like dicks are gay, and it was all that kind of, I don't want that up there. Got to go, guys. Rigo is doing a companion for the best sport ever power slap. Take it easy, Chris Gray. Happy to have you here, man. Much love. I think Gary is going to grapple him. Gary is also a black belt in judo and competed a lot. I think Gary's going to win as well. I really do. I think Gary's actually a lot better than people give him credit for. It's because everyone thinks he's a twat that they think he's going to lose. And I disagree. I think he's going to win, and I think it's going to be awful. And I think we're all going to be sad. But we'll see. Joking. The thing is, I'm surprised when anyone's in here, to be honest. It's nice. But like I said, it's a nice little format to talk about anything you feel like. I want to ask you guys, though, just as a side question, while we're talking about random shit. Just kind of touching on something that we did yesterday. What's the worst thing worst thing or craziest thing? I'm going to say / craziest thing a spouse or girlfriend has ever done to you? I want to get these stories in because we touched upon it a little bit yesterday, and I was like, this could go somewhere quite interesting. The thing is, Paradox PFL's live as well, and I haven't gone near it, and it's free. Apparently, it's on YouTube. I just can't fuck with PFL anymore. I'm offended you think I would leave for Power Slap. Yeah, to be fair, that's a really insulting thing to say, especially with Rigo. I've never watched a Rigo video, and I don't think I ever will. I hear too much about Rigo, like he's simping for Fight Fairy. I jumped into her stream for the first time yesterday, and I was very much. I've never been so conflicted in my life. I was like, she's so mid, and she's got no opinions, and she's going straight to the top. It was a weird feeling. I had a girl break in my house and do my laundry. Fucking sweet, bro. Funnily enough, I did some laundry today as well. I had a proper picking up my daughter, getting my laundry done. It was a proper one of those days. It is what it is. You got to do what you got to do now. Link your cunt, Paradox. What did I mod you for? Yeah, Paradox. Get those links in, bro. What was I going to say? What was I saying? Yeah, I'm very interested to know what the what the worst thing a woman has ever done to you. I'm very interested because I've had some fucked up things done for me, and I'm kind of wondering what I'm going to be comfortable sharing with. I'm going to have to get some stories before I share the full catalog. Do you know what I mean? Habibi gym raided by anti-terrorism special forces. Is that confirmed? Because I saw there was some still images of it, and I'm not sure if that was actually real or not. It probably is. It's not looking good for those guys. Like Khabib's obviously got his tax issues, and now his gym's getting suspected of being linked with terrorism. It's not a good time for him. Connor was right. Connor is literally jerking off to this entire time to all this. He's loving it. There's videos on Twitter. Bloody hell. I guess it's real then. I've been stabbed with a broken beer bottle by one. Really? Where was the stabbing and what did you do? What am I asking? You probably did nothing. Let's just stick to where was the stabbing. Probably put a finger in when I wasn't looking. I've had that tried on me as well. No permission was asked. No, I was more curious to find out specific examples because we didn't really talk about that too much lately. It was more to do with like we did talk about abusive relationships a bit, but I'm kind of interested in specifics. I thought it was quite an interesting topic that we didn't get quite out there. I'm very much interested in that. So we've got a bit of physical abuse going on. Rigo is a rat the way he betrayed MMA Guru. The thing is, yeah, like I said, I'd bailed out of MMA Guru's chat by that point, way before that point. I'd obviously seen Rigo in the chat before and saw that he was obviously modded and whatnot, and they were quite close. But then obviously I've heard since then from people coming into the chat saying that he'd like doxed him and all that kind of shit. On my head, she shoved me because I didn't want to talk to her since she was pissed drunk. Sounds like you had it coming, mate. Getting that stanky like alcohol breath in your face and not really wanting to talk to her. You fucking earned that near stabbing, mate. I mean, I've had the usual. I've had like my finger. I've had like a woman go at me with a knife, like a fucking cleaver, and like a complete mong. I grabbed it, so I've got like a really big scar across one of my finger or two of my fingers. I've had a girl try to run me over. That was a good one. And it was an ex of mine because we got into an argument about whether or not I should wear my jacket outside. And I was like, I'm a grown fucking man. If I don't want to wear my jacket outside, I'm not wearing my fucking jacket. And I went outside. And then she came bundling down the street in her car, tried to run me over. I've been headbutted in the face by a girl. That was a good one. I tend to just piss people off. Females off in particular, because I don't really take this shit. And I can be very, very mouthy when it comes down to it. So I've definitely earned a few. The knife one was a bit too far though. That could have been really bad. But grabbing it was like dumb. Everywhere you go, you just leave enraged women in your wake. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. There have been others as well. I'm trying to think. Like, I should think about the scars I've got. There's a few. The knife one was the one when I was genuinely like, oh shit, because like when I grabbed it, I was bleeding quite badly, and I thought, shit, I'm gonna bleed out. Yeah, headbutted. I got headbutted right there, right on the nose. Like the thing is that I know that we've joked about the, if it's all right to hit a woman. I've never smacked a woman, and I've had some shit. I've had some women do some crazy shit to me. So it's like I know that I do have some kind of restraint, but I was more bringing it up as well because obviously I saw Dana do it, and I was when I saw him do it, I was like, "Yep, I get it." And there have been moments in my life where I've been like, "I want to whoop this girl's ass," or "I want to whoop this woman's ass," and I've managed to restrain myself. And part of me is wondering, like, should I have? Because once women know it, but the thing is, I knew at that instance, when those things happened and I didn't do anything, I knew the relationship had to end because In their mind now, they're thinking, well, I've nutted him. I've tried to, like, there was another one. I've tried to run him over and I fucking come at him with a knife and he didn't smack me up. So it's only going to get worse from there. So that was the point where I'm like, yeah, that's I think I said last night my ex smashed a glass off the wall by my head. Again, that's a relationship ending moment. And again, I agree with you that you shouldn't fuck her up. You were right not to fuck her up in that situation. 100%. I'm back, people. Good to have you back, Tim. I'm not specifically talking about we're not really retreading the whole shit, which is it okay to fuck up a woman thing. It's more just I'm intrigued to know how far women have gone with some of you. Buddy got Zinazine Zidane by a chick. Yeah, and I tell you what, yeah, it fucking hurt. My eyes were watering. And then I just had that caveman moment where it was like, oh man, I wanted to fuck her up. I wanted to fuck her up so badly. It was a miracle that I didn't. I hope MVP wins so bad. How is the poll going? How is the poll going? Oh, we've got 53% MVP. It was looking like Gary was in charge there for a minute. It was looking like Gary was in charge there for a minute. I think a lot of people are kind of picking MVP because they really want him to win, which I don't blame you for because I fucking feel the same way. Yeah, I got Zinedine Zidane though. And the thing is, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I got caught flush. My defense is usually quite good. Like if I'm in the past when I've had an altercation with a dude, I usually don't get hit because it's a dude. Like I expect that he's going to do something. With women, yeah, I've been caught out so many times just thinking they're not gonna go there. They're not gonna swing for me or they're not gonna do anything. And I've been caught flush a couple of times. But I'm wise to it now. They push and push with many of my patients. Guys do it too, though. Yeah, I'm not saying it's only women that are fucked up. Guys are too. Well, that's exactly what I think. No one wants Gary to win. I think the bias is playing into it. Fucking hell, it's 50-50 now. So someone in here's got to do the honorable thing and push this vote to one side or the other. This is the first 50-50 vote we've had, and it's literally 10 for 10. Shit. We've never had this situation crop up before. So I don't know what to do. I'll leave it running a little bit and see what to see if things move a little bit. Should have beat her with a crowbar like Richard Hillman did to Maxine. Oh man. I was fucking tempted. I think I might have smashed up some shit. And the thing is, the fucked up stuff, it was probably my own shit as well. So not only did I get nutted in the face, but I probably broke some expensive shit of mine as well. So it was just a massive L that night. Super Shotgun knows what's up. But don't you think it's fucked up here that every man in here can say they've either been physically, and the thing is, none of you talk about the mental abuse, which I'm sure some of you have gone through. All of you have got a story where you've been attacked in some way by a woman, which is wild to me because I don't care who you are. I'm assuming all of you can fuck any woman up. And the fact that you've had to deal with it is interesting to me. I thought it was just me. I thought I had a bullseye on my back. And I've maybe got that face where it's just like, do you know what? Women think they can fuck with me because maybe they either think I'm too nice or they think they can actually win in that situation, which is obviously fucking ridiculous. Ronda Rousey beat up her ex-boyfriend and bragged about it in her book. It's wild. That wouldn't surprise me. She comes across like and I mean, especially her being a fighter as well is probably less surprising. Who was this ex-boyfriend? You must have been a fucking flyweight, and even then, she still get. I reckon she's lying. I'm just gonna put this up there. I am gonna say it. Fuck it. Because that was going to be my next question. My next question is, I'm not necessarily what the worst thing is that you've done to a woman. seeing as we're all sharing, it doesn't necessarily have to be to a woman. What's the worst thing you've ever done in your life? What's the first thing that jumps into your mind where you think, you know what, that's the one time when I was out of pocket and I regret it? I'm interested to know what the worst thing you've ever done is. Let me get back to the chat. I don't want to miss anything. I think there's a possibility that MVP wins and that's it. I couldn't tell you how he gets to Gary though. If Gary can get you, he's on his bicycle. So there's always going to be a huge gap. MVP has to cross you. What's the reach situation like between these two? Oh, by the way, the poll's gone up to 23. Perfect. And MVP is now very firmly in the lead. Interesting. I think, yeah, okay. Been in one real fight. Dude started by shoving my girlfriend to the ground. I clocked him so hard, I got mallet finger on my right ring. So it's permanently like that now. Is that right? Yeah, women know they can and get away with it. That's straight from their mouths. The thing is, Tim, though, that's how women end up getting murdered. I'm not even kidding. Because there's always a moment where you get that dude who's like, nah, I'm not having this. And then that's how a bitch gets choked to death. Or stabbed to death or shot to death. Whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? I dated one of my ex's mums. Now that's gangster. I told you guys on the last stream, yeah, I technically smashed a granny. This was like years ago. But she wasn't like an old woman. She was like 38. And she was fucking fine. And I didn't realize yet at the time that I wouldn't say he was a friend. It was my sister's friend's husband's aunt, if you can keep up with that. And I was cool with the guy in that, but I didn't know it was his aunt. And it was a bit uncomfortable. But I certainly don't regret it. But she was technically a grandma because she had a kid who had a kid, but she was a young grandma. I straight up gave up in my last relationship if that's considered bad. Nah, that's not bad. And you're 21. It won't be the first time or the last time. I definitely didn't sabotage the poll. It is what it is. The thing is, the rules are the rules in here. Whoever wins the vote gets on the parlay. Or else the whole integrity of the parlay just falls apart. The fact they can brag about it in a book is insane. Yeah, as soon as that book was published, they should have gone round to her house and fucking arrested her, taught her a lesson. But they didn't. They probably raised her up as this brave fucking... Oh, I fucking hate women, bro. I hate women, bros. I won by strikes from the bottom position. Yes, permanent mallet finger. God damn. So that's the thing. You can always... If I was you, whenever I get into an altercation, and I just wave that shit up and go, you see this? Don't fuck with me. Being in one fight, that was fucking crazy, bro. I wouldn't say I've been in that many. I've been in probably, I'd say it's barely squeaking double digits. And they've all been like, you know. Yeah, I've got 35 viewers in here, but they're all like, oh, hang on a second. Did I miss one? Did I miss several? Oh, hang on a second. Here we go. Oh, wait. I've missed a whole shitload. So I've been in one real fight. Dude started by shot. So I've read that one. It was in her first book from years ago. Probably, I believe it's lies. It's definitely bullshit. Ronda Rousey is known to be talking shit for years. And she's delusional. I've never actually made a chick so mad that she's attacked me, so I guess I'm the odd one out. You're not that young as well, are you, Chris, from what I remember? So you've done really, really well. He almost went out, but came at me, and I ended up on my back, slicing him up with elbows, using that MMA fan knowledge. I feel like like I said, the last fight that I got in, I leg kicked somebody. And I couldn't believe how fucking effective it was. I basically booted the guy's leg and he just collapsed under me. And he didn't want none after that, which was probably a wise move. You won a street fight by unanimous decision, yeah. It was more of a tap to strikes. That's more what it was. Or maybe you're talking about Mikey. He almost went out, but came at me, and I decided to. That's what I'm saying. I feel like elbows are underutilized in street fights. Because I find whenever I've been in a situation where I've had to throw a punch, I always break my knuckle or I always break my finger or something happens because I never connect correctly. So I end up like, technically winning on the night, but like being in serious pain for weeks afterwards. But I've not really been in that many fights. It's been literally maybe 10 or 11. And I'm not a huge dude, so it's probably in my best interests to not get in too many. Um, I don't know, but they're both long as fact. The fact they can brag about it in a book is insane. Yeah, it's crazy. I tore up newbie's calf sparring years ago. I still know that was wrong. The worst thing I did to a dude in that aspect, it was a friend of mine. Um, there was this thing we used to do in school called granddadding, where basically, where you like knee somebody as hard as you can in the side of their thigh. If any of you have ever had a granddad done to you, it's fucking painful. And anyway, there was a friend of mine who was in the playground, and we were in. I think I must have been 15, and I literally belted the full length of the playground and kneed this guy right in the thigh. He didn't come back to school for like 5 months. I basically teared out his entire thigh. He ended up missing his exams. I probably ruined that guy's life, and he was a friend of mine. So that's the worst thing I've done in that regard. Obviously, I didn't mean to fuck the guy up that badly, but it was a very silly thing to do. Later on, the daughter got hit by her boyfriend, and her mum let her move in with us. So I came home from work, and mum and daughter are both there, and I had butt fun. I had butt fun with both of them. To be fair, bro, you kind of had no choice in that situation. And when you say butt fun, you mean you were kicking in two back doors, right? I just want to clarify that. Um, I got my middle finger messed up forever in a fight too. With me, it's my knuckles. I've got like one like kind of fucked up knuckle. Was she on the Titanic? Um, did you KO him from the bottom? I've probably had. Tim says I've probably had 50 all up. Mostly drink from decades ago. Only got KO'd in 3 of them, but lost about 10. It's never worth it. Calf kicks end most fights in public. Because the thing is, yeah, most people who get into street fights, they don't watch MMA and they don't expect to get booted in the calf. And they are very fucking effective. They do work. Paradox, it sadly ended with him staying with his family. Long story. We're definitely going to have to get into that at some point. I am 22, but I've had my fair share of crazy exes, but not nuts enough, I guess. Oh, 22, you're a baby, sir. You're a baby. Believe me, yeah. 30 fucking votes. I think this might be the fight that's had the most votes we've ever had on here. It's crazy that it has to be Ian Gary versus fucking or MVP versus fucking Ian Gary, but fair play. Yeah, we called it Granddad's Dead Legs in Oz. Fuck that severe with your mate. Yeah, man. And he was a good thing is that I ended up meeting him like 15 years later. And he was a window cleaner. He was a win so I might have put him directly on the path to just having like the thing is yeah, I do feel slightly less bad, yeah, because he did have apparently he was one of those guys who liked doing tricks on BMXs, and he fell off a BMX and literally put his teeth through his mouth. So he had to have like his mouth rejawed as well, like his jaw rewired as well. So that went on at a similar time as well. Um, but yeah, I might have fucked up that guy's entire life. I should probably find him. That would probably make me feel worse though. Maybe I should live in blissful ignorance that I basically destroyed a person's entire life. Yeah, we called it a granddad, but it's the dead leg. It just gives you that. But I must have hit him right where his muscles, and just split them because I literally belted across like it was like a 100-meter playground and just put my every rah into it. I always messed up kids with knees in the clinch like Uberim. That's the thing. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, most fights you have in the street or beat them at school or wherever you are, most people are unskilled. They don't know what they're doing. So just How you doing, Victor? You missed a couple of wild ones. Maybe not as wild as yesterday, but it got pretty dark for a second there. 30 votes, 10 of them are me. So you've really fucked this up. So I guess because of you, I'm gonna have to go for the thing is that I'm glad that Martin Bidet has lost a lot of weight. He kind of had to because his last performance was absolutely shocking. He's shit. All right, so we're gonna go with MVP. All right, so just to clarify now, shit, the odds have really gone crazy. So we've got Yeri, we've got Diego Lopez, we've got Anthony Smith, and we've got MVP. I'm going to stick 25 on it, which pays out $450. So that's what we're going to do. Sweet as a nut. Let's go. All right, that is locked in. I got to say, I'm not feeling good about that one at all, but we'll see. Hang on. All right. Oh, I've slept very well. I've had a very good life, to be honest, Chris. I certainly, don't. I'm starting to question that karma exists at all with that one. It was like I said, it wasn't intentional, and everyone was doing it. I know that people have put those words together before, but I really didn't mean to fuck the guy up. I really didn't. While we're storytelling, no BS. I was in jail and I was in one of those forced to fight situations, and Anderson Silva Belfort landed a kick on the dude's shin, and the whole pod was like, "So you literally snapped a guy's leg." Oh wait, no, Anderson Silva and Belfort. So that was the toes to the face. Dude, that's fucking epic. I've never had the pleasure of going to jail. Bit too clean cut for that. Frankie, did you know Jax is a vocalist? He has mentioned that he's done a couple of like songs and stuff. Jay-Z says we'll meet up for a card in 2025. 100%, brother. You are a ledge. I'm definitely gonna get over to. We'll work something out. Because maybe we can get something with me, you, and Jax going. We'll meet up and go to a fight night or whatever. I caught him with the ball of my foot. Shit. So it wasn't even the toes. It was like the heel part. Yeah, that must have been. So it was kind of like an upwards axe kick, right? Yeah, Jesus, you must have flatlined that dude. Email Melson. I'm not sure what. Adesanya Pride Face. I'm glad I can't see that. He has a good voice. It doesn't surprise me. I've never actually asked because he told me that he's done soul tracks before and that he did pretty well in the UK. He's very musically like talented. Like he's really good at like editing and putting stuff together and working with music, whereas I'm a talentless cunt. You just throw stuff together and just talk shit. I'm definitely gonna have to check him out though. You gotta remember, I've only known Jax here since like last October. So I've barely known him a year. It doesn't surprise me that he has a good voice. The dude turned out to be Darren Till. The beginning of his derailing. But no, thanks for helping me out with that parlay, boys. I really appreciate it. And Paradox, if it fucks up, you're the first person I'm going to be gunning for. You cunt. I'll DM you the track. That would be sweet. I'll definitely check it out. No, the ball under the big. Oh, right. I see what you mean. Still, though, that must have been fucking painful. Painful for you and painful for him. I imagine a lot more painful for him. I never really used to kick in a fight because I was always I used to basically, because I've got a bit of a judo background, I always used to try and take people like flip them down and make them land awkwardly. That's usually how I'd go. Do you have Apple Music? I don't. I don't. It was 50-50, so I swayed it for the underdog. That's usually the way to go. I mean, in these ones, you might as well go for it. And the thing is, yeah, I've actually got a parlay on with Gary on already, so this kind of works out for me because I did a free parlay from a couple of weeks ago that still has no Alex versus Yeri parlay. Yeah, we've got, so the parlay has so I've got two parlays on at the moment. One of them has Ricky Simon, Ian Gary, Diego Lopez, and Alex Pereira on it. And then I've got another one that has, which we've just done together, which is MVP, Anthony Smith, Diego Lopez, and Yeri. So that's where we're at. Hang on a second, boys. Yeah, I need to. I still haven't seen the full weigh-ins. We're hearing that Martin Bidet's lost a lot of weight. I've got to check that out. Not that it matters. I mean, that's a nothing fight. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with the chats here. They were trying to take my commissary, didn't know me, and at the time I'd done Muay Thai for 18 years. This was 14 years ago. Fuck around and find out, it sounds like to me. I've only ever knocked out 2 people in my life. Only 2. And it's immensely, the thing is there, you think it's going to be immensely satisfying, but it's quite scary. It's quite a scary thing because the last thing you want to do is accidentally kill someone. But most of the time when I've been in fights, they've just been kind of scrappy and then got and I'm not somebody who gets into a lot of altercations. The last fight I had was about 6 years ago, and then before that it would have been 10 years ago, and then the rest of them were kind of like late teens, schoolyard stuff. So I'm not somebody who really gets into fights that often. 2 parlays to lose twice the money. It is what it is. It is what it is. I mostly do it to make the cards more fun. I don't do it to make money. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they do. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. It just is what it is. Darren Till was a fascinating case. He went all the way to Brazil and still couldn't get rid of the scally in him. No matter what he did, he was always destined to be a fat alcoholic on a council estate. People talk about Darren Till, yeah, like he's one of the biggest wastes of talent in MMA. I never thought he was that good. I mean, he basically got rocketed to the moon for being a no-name that knocked out Donald Cerrone. And Donald Cerrone has just had that in him for his entire career. He either knocks people out or he gets knocked out. So Darren Till should have never been lifted to the moon just from that. I think they were just looking for a British guy to get behind, and he was just the next one up. I don't think he was ever that good. He does have decent striking, but he's got clear holes in his game, and I don't think he's ever been that good. He was always destined for a fall off. He was never going to get to the top. I'll have 20 on the parlay too. Good. I'm not the only one in their 40s here. Definitely not. I'm actually 40 this year. There's a few older guys in here. It's sweet. We've got a nice mix. Like Aaron Tax is like 21, Chris is 21, 22. We've got Vitriol who's nearly 40 you're 41. There's a few. There's a good mix in here. And we've all got fucked up takes and think that women should get slapped. So it's funny that would be the thing to bring us all together. It's like fuck them. Check Graham. It's a nice track. The first thing I'm going to do when we get off here is do that. You're 41 this year. Sweet. I knew we were close. Damn man, you look hella young. Yeah, man. I don't know how I've pulled it off, to be honest, because every man in my family is a bald and is a bald cunt, and their face looks like a withering ball bag. So like, I'm fucking amazed. Connor's Palace 20. Do you see what I'm saying? I find it's weird though. We're either all like early 20s or like late 30s to going into 40s. It's bizarre. It's cool though, man. I love it. Has the UFC ever had a Puerto Rican fighter? Not that I can recall. I'm feeling like I might be wrong about that. It's saying that Rob Font is Puerto Rican. I'm not sure. Yeah, they're throwing up names like Pettis and the two Pettises, and they've got Eddie Alvarez on here. That's obviously complete bullshit. Jimmy Rivera. I don't think there's been. I think there have been people who are maybe of Puerto Rican descent, but not like people who are claiming to be outright Puerto Rican. I wouldn't classify the Pettis brothers as I mean, even if they're from, it's like me, I don't know, it's like saying you're, yeah, it's weird. I don't think anyone's ever said they're Puerto Rican, let's put it that way. They've never had the Puerto Rican flag next to their name coming out, which is fucking, that's representing badly, bros. Yeah, they're American. They're fucking American. But are Puerto Ricans not kind of considered kind of like Americans, right? That probably sounds incredibly ignorant. Fuck you, bro. You look great for your age. The ages is why I like it so much. Yeah, I like the range. The thing is, I am getting a little bit of like, I've got the odd grey hair and whatnot, and I've got like the odd wrinkle turning up in the eyes. But like I said, man, I'm a dude. I don't really give a fuck. Like, I don't care. I'm not going to be doing any weird shit to my face, like injecting myself when I eventually look like shit. Which is going to come. I get a feeling one day I'm going to wake up and I'm just going to look like utter shit. I'm going to look in the mirror one day and it's just suddenly going to be a shock, But I'm ready for it. I think the fact that I'm turning 40 this year as well is kind of bringing things to perspective. It's like, damn, man, I don't feel like a 40-year-old. Yeah, Puerto Rico is a province of America. I thought so, or one of our territories. I had a feeling because I wouldn't be able to name all 50 American states, but I get the feeling there are a lot of Americans that couldn't either. As far as Puerto Rican nationality, they do have black, white, all sorts of different kinds of Spanish in there. It comes across as that kind of place. I've always seen Puerto Rican as very sort of not Mexican-y, but you know what I mean? That kind of vibe. I aged 10 years in 6 months. It was wild. That's kind of what I'm expecting. And the thing is, yeah, bro, it's like I've said, all the males in my family are bald. They've got the whole, the dome, and they started off when they were like 24, 25. Their hair just fell out. So that's the thing. Women tend to be more attracted to we can get away with it, to mature men. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I'm kind of in a weird spot where I look relatively young. I mean, I don't think I look as young as I pretend to be. But I'm stuck kind of in a weird place where I'm like, I look young. So like women that are more mature wouldn't tend to look at me and think, oh yeah, he's my age, I should go for him. And then obviously when I say that I'm 40, they're like, oh right, fuck that, it's weird. It's weird for them. But also I'm attracting girls that probably look younger that I don't want anything to do with. Because you guys are probably aware of this. Like when you're 40, you think to yourself, when you're younger, you think to yourself, when I'm older, I'm going to keep smashing on those 23-year-olds, those 24-year-old women. And the simple fact is, you don't, because once you get to a certain age, a girl that's 23 or 24 seems so fucking young. They are shockingly young the way they act and the way that they look. And you're like, nah, but you just feel weird. So I think the youngest I would ever get with is probably 30, I would say. That's probably the youngest I would go at my age. I don't know why I'm suddenly talking about this. I'm just flowing, boys and lady. I have a skinhead now, lol, better than having any sign of thinning. The thing is, though, bro, I'm kind of screwed because we've talked about this a little bit before. As you can see from this face, I can't grow a beard. Like, I get little clumpy pieces of shit. And as I've said in the past, you don't want to be a man who's got a bald head and no beard. It just looks fucked. So what I'm eventually going to do, if my hair does go, I'm hoping I get to like 50 and I won't care either way. And then I'll just, and then whoever I'm with is just going to have to put up with it. But if it happens, if I wake up, say tomorrow, and my hair is all over my pillow, I'm heading straight to Turkey. It's the only thing that I'm going to get done. The only thing I would ever get done is hair plugs. It's the only thing that's important to me, and they're actually quite good now. I'd never get like Botox or any shit like that. And to be honest, this is what I'm saying with Western. Like, I've ran through so many women in my life to the point where like I completely lost count at some point. It doesn't even bother me anymore. Like, I'm just not on it. And that's another thing. I don't know if you older statesmen can agree with me or not on this. I always believed that I would never get tired of it. You fucking do. You fucking do. You just can't be bothered anymore. So yeah, I'm not going to be going down any of the Botox route or the getting this done or that done. It will just be the hair plugs. I know you're saying it's how it starts, but I'm a very fucking stubborn person. Thing is, mate, if I could grow a beard, I'd just go, right, fuck it. We'll shave it off and we'll do the Steve Austin. You know what I'm saying? We'll go for the beard. But you can't have neither. And because I'm nearly pushing 40, that beard thing is never gonna come. It's never gonna be a thing. Hair, I'll never do veneers as well. Bare Botox and getting railed in gay bathhouses within 5 years. But I feel like now that we've had this conversation, it's less likely to happen. I think hair plug. No, I'm not saying I think. You see, you made me slip there. That's what worries me. Um, you did the Steve Austin. Of course you did, bro. Everyone does the Steve Austin. When the hair goes, we did a Lopez Ortega poll, and Lopez won. It's got to be the Steve. It's got to be the Steve Austin. If you've got a bald head, you've got to have a beard. This is the thing. It's like, if I could grow a beard, I wouldn't even think about it. But as I said, if I get to 50 and my hair's still relatively there, I'll just let the hair go and I won't bother. But I don't want to have a child's face and a bald fucking, do you know what I mean? And no facial hair. It'd be awful. What do you reckon, Paradox to Chad? If you lost your hair, would you ever get fucking hair plugs? We're on to that now. This really is turning into like a male support group. It really is. See, I can see the merit of being bald. Like, I'm growing my hair quite long at the moment, and I kind of made this conscious decision because I had my hair young when I was very young, and I loved it. Like, the things you could do with it. And this is another abusive thing that happened to me in a relationship. I was with this Indian girl for like 3 years, and I'd had my hair long for 10 years, and she hated it. And one day she came up behind me in a bar. She asked the barman for some scissors and just cut like a big patch of my hair out. Needless to say, I never saw that hoe again. It was like 3 years we were together, and I didn't see her again after that day. But yeah. So I'm kind of like, do you know what? Yeah, before I don't have the option. I wanted to grow it back again. I'm retired now. I don't really need to worry about looking like a hobo going into work. So I'm just like, fuck it, man. I'll just I'll give growing it one more go, and then at least I've got no regrets. My father has a big thick beard, but I haven't grown shit yet. See, it's a weird one, yeah, because my dad, yeah, he couldn't grow a beard until he was like 32 or 33, and then suddenly it just came on thick. I don't know. There's a possibility. Indian women are animals in the bedroom. I know you enjoy yourself. Let me tell you something, Jay-Z. This Indian woman in particular that I was with, she was quite short. She had absolutely massive cans, but she's the most selfish woman in bed that I've ever been with. The most selfish woman. Literally, what would happen? Blowjobs would be like 2 minutes from this woman. So that's the first red flag. But secondly, when I used to smash her out, yeah, she was one of those women, yeah, who used to come like really, really easily. Like, she'd come in like 6 or 7 minutes, but she wasn't one of those women who, when they come, they can just like, they just ride through it and they let you continue. She was literally so sensitive that after she came, she was done. So like 95% of the time I was smashing this woman, I didn't get to bust a nut. So it was a very one way experience in that regard. And I felt like if I'd stayed with her for long enough, I would have had to condition myself to get a nut off sooner. And once you start getting into that, that way of doing things, you're fucked. Because you basically build yourself up to become experienced to where that doesn't happen to you, where you don't let one go in 3 or 4 minutes. And then now you're with this person that's kind of getting you to go in the opposite direction. But no, she was selfish as fuck. Like, she didn't give a shit. Like, and it got to the point where I'm like, I'm not doing the work for you. Fuck you. Like I'm more than happy with the I don't care if you get yours, I'm gonna get mine thing, but I'm definitely not having it the other way around. Don't be surprised, Antoine. Don't go on like this is a weird thing this is tame compared to what we usually talk about in here. I was talking about the most selfish woman that I've ever been with. Yeah, she was alright. And then to cut my hair off as well. The same woman that imagine, this is what I'm saying. I've had really, really bad experiences with women. I really have. She basically gave me no nut. It was no nut Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then she fucking cut my hair off. And then also, yeah, she was like 4 or 5 years older than me. She got married 4 months later after we separated. Which obviously I didn't care about, but it was a little bit sus. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that was an experience. Chris, I have alopecia. Fuck that. I would have put her ass in a body bag. Tell her to take that dick. Oh, bro. Do you know what it was? Yeah, it was one of those ones here where she wanted to get married as well, and I didn't want to. And I was very young. So it was like back in the day, yeah, I wasn't this based. When I was like 18 or 19, I was quite nice. So I was like, I knew I wanted to break up with her 9 months into the relationship, and I finally only broke up with her 3 years into it, or 2.5 years into it. I wanted an excuse to break off with her, and it was when she cut my hair off that I was like, nah, this is the final straw. Damn, I'm sorry for you and Jada. Joking, I've got Rapunzel hair. It could go either way of you, Paradox. We're gonna get you on camera though, and we're gonna expose the whole situation one day or another. Fuck man, I had a woman like that. At least she'd give me head to finish afterwards with me. This is the thing, Tim, yeah. I haven't nutted from a blowjob since I was maybe 18. It doesn't do it for me. For me, the blowjob, yeah, is always like the what do you call it? The appetizer. And I love a good blowjob, but to be honest, it just doesn't I've never really. It's been 15 years since I've nutted from one. It just doesn't. It's not the It's not the go-to. It's usually just a start, like I said, a way to ease into things. That's literally it. Now, don't be sorry for Jada Bosha, bro. She ruined Will Smith. I think Will Smith ruined himself. He was cucking from day one in that situation. I've seen the interviews, and he was like, "Yeah, she was in love with Tupac and blah blah blah," and he felt jealous before he like no, I don't feel any sympathy in that situation. Oh well, that's true. Except for our boy saying he's gonna turn gay if his hair falls out. Did I say that? Did I say that? Fuck, so much that's happened on in here I've experienced too. This is what I'm saying. It's turning into a goddamn. This is turning into male therapy. It's turning into a support group, and I'm all for it. Damn man, this is a sign for me not to get into Indian women. The thing is, yeah, it was. I've only ever been with one Indian woman, and she was a British Indian. As in, she was fully Indian, but she grew up in Britain. And my experience with her was, like I said, it was not the one. She was hot as fuck, but she was selfish. And it took me a long while to adjust from that, to going back to being but this was part of the journey that is what made me so based of women. My attitude towards women did not develop overnight. It came from selfish bitches, yeah, taking the piss. I'm gonna, you guys are really helping me. get through some of this stuff. If I had a chick cut my hair like that, she's getting the ring hand, bro. Again, it ties back into what we said before. There have been so many situations, and she was laughing, yeah. And I was thinking, you don't understand, yeah. You're never gonna see me again, and I might just chin you right now. And she was laughing like, like a horse, like it was like that. I've never seen somebody look uglier in that moment. I didn't wanna like slap her. I wanted to kick her straight in her face. I wanted to headbutt her. I wanted to do the most damage. And the thing is, yeah, this is how bad it was. Yeah, I basically stopped talking to her for the rest of the evening. I didn't really say. I just like basically cold blanked her because I was thinking if I get into it with her, I might fuck this bitch up in public. And I was just like, you know what? Like, I don't want to go to jail. You know, I don't want to get my ass fucking passed around in jail. Do you know what I'm saying? I didn't want my story ending that way. So as soon as I got down to the, as soon as I got in the underground, blocked that shit. Never spoke to her again. And the thing is that I'm telling you, I've got like hundreds of stories like this. Not specifically like that, because I've had so many fucked up experiences. I'm like, God damn, this is going to be. I feel like this is a series we could do forever. I think we've been over this already, but me and my ex would simultaneously go together 4 times back to back every morning. It was exhausting. I've had relationships like that as well. I've had there was this Chinese girl I was with when I was a teenager who I could literally bang for like 8-9 hours. Literally where you've got like scorch marks on your dick. We would go that hard. For me, it was like a challenge. So I've had every extreme. I've had like some where it's been like just insanely like I don't want to go into too much detail because like unless it's something you guys want to end up talking about. But I've literally had every end of the spectrum. That's why and the thing is, yeah, I'm not arrogant enough to say, oh yeah, man, I'm just sick at smashing, and I don't think it's like that. I think it comes down to compatibility. I think some women you just vibe with and it just works. And there's other women where they're just either very selfish or it just doesn't, you're not compatible. I got a roll, man. I'll holler at y'all tomorrow night. I might do a watch along at some point because I've just realized, yeah, because it's a numbered card, yeah, I might do one. So Jay-Z, that might have to happen. We might do, I might just hop on the prelims because I guarantee you, yeah, because it's 303, no one's going to fucking turn up for a watch along because there are going to be so many people doing it. But what I might do is I might just jump on anyway, see who turns up. And it's always a good way of kind of snatching new people to come in who may have never heard of the channel and just jump in and see what it's like. I might do that. I might do that. It might be worth a go. Jay-Z, it sounds like you and I have had very similar circumstances. Did she smell like chicken biryani? She did not. She did smell like Indian food though, to sometimes. There was like that herby kind of smell that you get. Didn't bother me. She was hot as fuck, to be fair to her. She was quite short, which I kind of like. She was short, but like, popping in the right places. Take care, Mike. It was really good to have you. Really glad to see you here. I hope work's going all right, brother. It's the appetizer and the dessert. I love that. See, usually, I've had very few experiences where I've usually the head comes first, and then it will be the smashing will usually end in some format or another. I don't usually end with that. I don't think I ever have, from my recollection. Dude, you've had some bad luck with chicks. If a girl is good at BJ, can't beat it. To be fair, like getting a blowjob is my favorite thing in the world. For obvious, and the guys understand this. It's the power, it's the empowerment thing, it's the visual thing. I love all that, yeah. But I just don't nut from it. I just don't nut from it. Maybe I've never had a woman that's that good at it. Maybe that's the problem. There obviously have been some situations where because if I feel like I'm about to nut one, I pull out and I stop because I don't want it to end that way. I want to get my smashing, but that's just me. Um, that's crazy. Never nut to a BJ. You never had a bad B, bro. Nah, bro. I've had some absolute skanks. I pride myself on having collected skanks throughout the years. It's just not. I've always seen it as I prefer smashing from. I prefer to nut from smashing. It's just how I am. Indian women rock. They do the Kama Sutra with you and take it up DS every 6 weeks or so. I've only ever been with 3 women who have liked having their back doors kicked in. Only 3. Because it's not something that I've ever asked for. There was one time where I was doing it with a chick and it happened accidentally and she didn't stop me, so I was just like, all right, and just rolled with it. But there was only 3 women, and I've literally, of all the women that I've been with, I've never had someone. I've only had 3 women, 2 women request it, and 1 woman that just rolled with it. And I had one really bad experience with it as well. And I think you can guess what happened. I think you can draw your own conclusions from what went down. And I might chin you right now. You should have kicked her in a snatch. I fucking should have done. Damn, I need a crazy British trick. Those sound like some stories other than, bro. I've only ever been with a handful of British women. Say it's probably less than 10. Certainly, what you would consider British, as in like born here. I've only ever been with 1 white woman. Not my type. I'm not into pink vagina. Well, certainly not that pink, not bright pink. Do a watch along. I'm joining, and my millions of viewers will tune in. We'll definitely do something. I feel like because it's 303, I kind of have to do it, even if it's dead in here, which I'm expecting it probably will be. I'm still gonna do one because it's 303. I think I'm just gonna do numbered cards from now on, and I'll just jump in and see how it goes. Because I'll feel like I'm gonna be watching the whole card intently anyway, and I'm gonna be getting smashed off my face. So we might as well do it together. Do you see a lot of Hispanic people where you live? Yeah, like in not where I live now, but when I lived in London, there's a mix of everyone, bro. Like there's literally a big mix. I like Hispanic women as well. I do. My record is 5 bang outs, making her come in a day, bro. Five is child's play. 5 is child's play. There was a woman from Taiwan that I was smashing, who literally came like 22 times in under an hour. It depends on them, innit? I'm not even taking credit for it, but it's like, have any of you ever had squirters? I've had bad and good experiences with squirters. There is nothing more satisfying, I found, than making a woman squirt. It's the best thing in the world. I literally felt like fucking. It's like that moment, when Clark Kent takes the glasses off. When you get a woman to absolutely explode, there's nothing like it. There is nothing like it. It's quality when they jump off, go to town with a BJ, and then jump back on again. I have had that happen where I've had like transitional blowjobs, but I've never finished on one. Skanks make the world go round. I fucking love skanks. I've gotten bitten while getting. We've all gone through that. Anyone who's had a blowjob, as many as I'm sure most of us have had. You get like sometimes you get damage, and it's the worst thing because it really puts you off a situation. I'd never ever see a girl again who has damaged me or hurt me from sucking me off. There's no way. That's a straight, you're fired. Every woman squirts. Oh man. I've personally only experienced it with, I'm gonna say off the top of my head, 4 different women. Where literally it's like it's only happened with me like with 4 different women. That's what I'm remembering off the top of my head. The first time it happened, that was really fucked up. I'm not sure if I should go into it because it's really bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. Yeah, Skanks, you make the world go round. Have you guys seen the press conference? Michael Venom Page got mogged. He did a little bit. I mean, he got mogged on the Ian Gary level. All he did was say, "Oh, you got somebody to try and infiltrate the gym," and he sort of tried to ignore it. It wasn't really. He didn't handle it that well, but because Ian Gary comes across in such an insufferable way, it doesn't really seem. It didn't really seem that bad. You lie. I love that you lie. Every woman squirts. All women squirt. I learned how to do it from porn. Never had one that didn't. Man, you're a fucking legend then. The thing is, yeah, like I've had obviously a squirt is just pee. That's what it is. It's basically when it's a combination of like obviously whatever is inside them and piss basically. This is what it is. Yeah, squirt is just pee. 4 is a lot for a big stream. Did you feel violated the first time too, bro? Right, the first time, if we're talking about squirting here, I am willing to talk about it if you really want to. I hate how MVP spoke so much on social media and interviews. The song. I haven't heard the song yet. Is it good? I heard he made a song about BBL Gary that he's going to come out to apparently in the walkout. But it kind of looks all null and void now after obviously. I mean, I know obviously nothing was going to happen between them when the girl was there. Sorry, the kid was there, but it kind of makes the whole thing seem a little bit silly now. I think people made too much of it than it was, but because obviously they're not going to fight while the guy's got his kid in his hands. But just don't put that out there. Yuck, I'm good, mate. The song is embarrassing. I bet it fucking is. Yeah, it's basically piss and vaginal fluid / mucus. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. But it is there is a sense of pride when you get somebody to practically nut that way. It's a very empowering feeling if you've done it. It's like he's singing about how much he likes Ian Gary's ass. It's weird shit. I had a feeling it would be weird. Not a big golden shower kind of guy myself. Yeah. The first time it happened to me, I was going down on a girl. And she was on the bed, holding the bed like that, and she was kind of in like the doggy position, and I was underneath her, and she just went like, and it like literally flew over my head. She was very surprised as well because it hadn't happened to her before, and I could see she was like confused about what had happened. So that was my first experience of it. I was very lucky it didn't get fucking straight. If it had gone all over my face, I would have been fuming, and I didn't know what it was at the time, so I probably wouldn't have been that mad, but I would have been like, I would have been retrospectively mad for sure. I've just realized I'm willing to talk about anything on this stream because I don't talk about this stuff with my, like if I'm hanging out with my mates and stuff, I've never spoken about this kind of stuff in detail. So you guys are getting a real sneak peek right here into my depraved history. But like I said, I've mostly had like good experiences. Because as much as I joke around, I'm quite respectful with that shit. Like Jay-Z, Me Too, very horny women. I'm sorry if I've missed any chats here, by the way, guys. If I do miss stuff, please do repost it because the last thing I want to do is miss out on you guys trying to share your thoughts and opinions. But yeah, piss and vaginal fluid is what it is. Mucus. I wish I hadn't heard that. Imagine your kid grows up and finds your YouTube channel. The thing is, bro, he's gonna know about stuff like this anyway because I'm gonna raise this guy to not make the same mistakes as I did. So it's gonna be straight chatting from the beginning. I can get the feeling of accomplishments, but damn man, I'd be mad when I'm buying new sheets. It's never pissed me off. It's never pissed me off because to be fair, yeah, most of the time when I've had it, when I've had experiences with women, they've usually been in hotel rooms or in their place, or I worked the way out of not bringing women to my house quite early on. So I would usually just hotel it or go to their place, so I could just leave. Be careful there, Weston. Have a good swim. But like I said, it's only happened to that extent with, as I said, I think it was four women in total. I'd have to really think about it. Got to run, guys. It's been a pleasure. I'll be back for sure. I'm really impressed with you, good cunts. The host in the chat. Catch up in the next. Really great to see you here, Tim. And hopefully I managed to keep your subscription. It would be great to have you back. And I'll probably will do a watch along tomorrow from the prelims. I think Jay-Z's right. I think I should probably do one. It makes sense. Why has the golden shower conversation been brought over? When you say an eeny, meeny, mo lover, what does that mean? I don't know what that expression is. I'm assuming that's an American thing. Why has the golden shower conversation been brought over? You mean why has it been brought up, or why has it been brought over? I think I might have brought that up. It wasn't the golden showering, it was the squirting. We brought up squirting. I mean, I've never been into the whole golden shower thing. But also, I kind of get it. I kind of get why people do that. I'm not going to lie. It's not something I can say that I'm into or have ever wanted to try or tried. But I get why people do that. When you smash, like, especially when you've got a lot of experience, it's hard to keep things fresh. Do one. Paradox will call in. All right, I definitely will. If you're saying you're going to jump on stream, I will do one. And you can jump on anytime. What I might do is I might just put the link up in the stream, and then whoever just turns up can jump in. And we can just have a chat like we're all in the room together and just chat live on stream. I'll take the risk. But all I'm saying, dudes, is just promise me, do not, I said this yesterday and I'll say it again. Do not get your fucking dicks out. That's all I'm asking. Don't whip your dicks out and don't blow your brains out live on stream. Don't use your opportunity to end your life. If you're going to kill yourself, do it in your own time. Don't do it on my channel. That's all I ask. And don't just whip your dicks out. Or do some other, shit that can get me banned. That's all I'm asking. Yeah, let's talk about how Jimmy Savile and MVP's dad used to work together. That would be cool. I'm the kind of guy that it would happen to, bro. I mean, you've already heard some of the fucking stories I've come out with. That's all I'm asking. Don't do that. That's all I'm saying. I'd make a channel just to pop on. Bro, you don't even have to do that. That's not how it works. All you do is I go on Restream like it is now. I send you the Restream link. Fugazi can tell you, he did it yesterday. I send you the link and it just opens up your camera and your mic and you can do it through there and you just pop up in here. So, and also if you do have a YouTube channel, you can also link it to there as well. So it opens up in your channel. Harambe Official, how you doing, bro? Is it bro? Hope you're doing well this Friday night. I'm kind of keeping an eye on things. Is anybody else from the crew streaming tonight? Because I wanted to jump in on Dougie's stream yesterday and I couldn't. Is Brutally Honest on? I'm going to check that he's... Oh, no, he's not. Oh, he's got the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson stream up. There's no way he's awake. Hang on a second. An eeny, meeny, miny, mo lover is a song. Haha, banger. What does it mean, though? What's it referring to? Harambe is alive. I knew it. Really great to have you here, Harambe. I appreciate you. It's crazy, man. These streams are starting to become very, very regular now. It's gonna get to a point, fellas, where we're not even gonna talk about MMA anymore. It's kind of very quickly becoming that. Harambe is monkey. When is Logan Paul versus Perry? I believe. Wasn't it supposed to replace? I think it's this month. Bad math. Karate Combat. Get it on screen. What channel is Karate Combat on? Because I do have one of those memory sticks. Alves is fighting. Let's have a look. PFL's on as well, and I have it's on fucking. Hang on a second. It's on YouTube, which I did not know. Hang on a second. Can I get it on the stream though without getting munted off? Am I allowed to do that? Oh, Fight Fairy was on tonight. Anyone give a shit? Has anyone checked her out? View your channel. I guarantee you she's going to be massive. The slut. Fair play to her. Okay, Paradox to chat. Let's get this up. Luis Mendez versus Will Esparza. So am I allowed to throw this up without getting banned? Is that the thing? I think Paul versus Perry is in July. Phil did it. I'm alive, very refreshed. All right, I guess I could try and stick this up in the background. I mean, if I get kicked off, then I'll just blame you. Let me stick it on for a minute or two and see if anything happens, and then we'll let me pop up into here. So there we go. I'll try and make it a little. So because the thing is, the sound shouldn't play. I'm assuming I've got it on mute, so hopefully it won't get. I think what gets picked up more than anything else is the sound. So we can have that going on in the background. Let me get this going on. And he has more viewers. Yeah, I guess if you can show bro, is it ITP, yeah? ITP is always gonna have more viewers than me. He's a fucking legend. His main channel is crazy. Can you guys see it, yeah? Paradox, you watch yourself. I'll unmod you if necessary. I like that. So Weston, you gave Paradox some powers, but not supreme powers, I'm assuming. Paradox definitely deserved the mod. I can't see who the mods are as well, because I'm using Restream. She got that Rego cosign. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. The thing is, yeah, it's like I said, man. I was watching her stream yesterday, and I was like, first of all, she's not that hot. She doesn't really know that much about MMA. She knows enough, I guess, to get by. But then at the same time, I'm like, Jesus Christ, she's going to be huge. She's going to be huge. She's not hideous. She knows a little bit about MMA, and men are dumb, and they're gonna get off on sending her a little fucking, And to be fair to her, I'm gonna be real. I rate it. I said this yesterday on stream, and I'll say it again. If I was her, I would do the exact same thing. In fact, if I was a woman, the first thing I would do is I would go into a male-dominated space. I would learn as much as I can about it, and I'd make a YouTube channel and rope in every fucking sucker I can. It's exactly what I'd do. Yeah, it's nice to have some actual fucking fighting going on. She's your type. I don't blame you. Because that's the thing, she's not hideous. She's not. I think short hair can look kind of good. The thing is though, Fugazi, she's quite tall. I'd never seen her until yesterday, and I happened to tune in at the exact moment someone asked her how tall she was, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm 5'10", 5'11", and I just went, "Ew." Like, I only fuck with women a certain type. A certain height. That's how I roll. There is a cutoff point. Frankie, you made me manage a mod. I can make, unmake. I did that on purpose. Of course I did. I know what I'm doing. I'm not completely retarded. Bro, I wouldn't have a channel of this size if it wasn't for you. So if you turn around one day and fucking rego me, it's gonna be my own doing. I'm willing to live by the sword and die by the sword. And you're very experienced in the modding game as well. Like, what's the tallest chick you've smashed? I I would say probably around that region. I would say like 5. I would say 5'9", 5'10". Mind you, I never measured her. She could have been 5'11". Like, I think the Kenyan chick I was telling you about before is probably the tallest girl. But also, yeah, I've got to be real here. I've smashed some genuinely beautiful women, but I've also smashed some absolute dogs. Where I've been in a situation and I've been like, well, she's here, I guess. You know, them ones. I don't feel proud of it. I've genuinely smashed a 1 in my life. I've smashed a 1, and it is what it is, or what I would consider a 1. Like, my 1 might be somebody else's 3 or 4. Can you change the sizes of the screens? Yes, you can. I can make it like that so that my face isn't fucking in it whatsoever, which is not necessary. You all know what I look like. Is that better? Yeah, bro, I'm literally short girl only. Short girls only. I think the shortest I've gone is like 4'10", and it was great. It was magnificent. I felt like a giant. I'm definitely capping on a 1. Like, I'm just joking. I haven't really, but I have like I have scraped the bottom of the barrel. I have scraped the bottom of the barrel, but I'm literally I'm quite discriminatory when I'm quite shallow when it comes to when that kind of stuff. I genuinely am. Is it odd to be attracted to tall women? It's not. The thing is, yeah, like, again, I think I've said this on stream before. If I ever encountered a 7-foot baddie who I was like, yeah, she's quite hot, but she was 7 foot, I'd have to try it just for the experience. Like, I'd need to know. Base, remember when Schwarzenegger jumped on a sword in End of Days? Older women are fine. Like, I've had my fair share of older women as well. I have. I think the like I said, I when I was 21, I smashed out a woman who was 38, 39, and who was technically a grandma, and it was great. It was awesome. To be fair, ugly girls and chubby girls are always the most grateful. You're going to get more effort. I have found that generally when a girl's a 9 or a 10, like there was this girl I was seeing in Thailand. You know, the one I was telling you about, who my family were convinced had put voodoo on me. She is hands down probably the hottest girl I've ever been with, and she was like she was awful in bed, awful, no movement, no anything. It was terrible. Have a good one, Fugazi. It was good to see you here. If you're not subscribed, jump over to Fugazi. He's a really good dude. He was on the stream yesterday. He's got an up and coming YouTube channel as well. Support a brother and get over there. Fugazi MMA. And another reminder as well to support Paradox. Paradox, I'm gonna when you did your predictions video, did you go on camera for it, or did you just voice record it? I'm gonna find out at some point tonight anyway, but I'm just kind of curious. I think I'm gonna give it like another half an hour, because I love hanging out with you boys, and then I'm gonna do a little bouncing myself, because I want to make sure I'm in prime condition tomorrow. All right, I basically wasn't watching this. I was just letting you guys enjoy it. So I'm not sure if this was a robbery or not. I'm never going on camera, bro. Fair enough. Fair enough. I felt that way for ages. When I did my first year of YouTube as well, I thought I'd never go on camera. I said to myself, like, oh, wait, are they scrapping now? Oh, damn. I didn't know Karate Combat got down like that. It's turning into a scrap. It doesn't seem to be the fighters, though, does it? It seems to be dead. Oh, someone's getting rear naked choked. Wait, is it a member of the audience who's jumped in and now they're getting strangled? I love smiling Sam Alvey. His YouTube, he's clearly got some like learning difficulties or something. But Sam Alvey is such a down to earth, nice bloke. He's got a great YouTube channel as well. He just speaks honestly about his experiences. He kind of stumbles his way through things. He's a great dude. Are these members of the audience who have somehow managed to get in there? Is that what I'm seeing? That dude in the fucking Australian hat is definitely. You are the man. You are the man for this. Well done for getting it. We've literally jumped into karate combat when it suddenly got interesting. I think it was one of the fighters' team. Oh yeah, that dude. That's what I'm saying. There's no behavior in karate combat. This dude is rocking blue shorts and a fucking wife beater, and I don't know what you call those. I always call them Australian hats. This dude's demonstrating no behavior. I assumed he was a member of the crowd by how he was dressed. They're gonna be handing some fines out for this shit for sure. Oh, it is Sam Alvey. It was actually Sam Alvey. I fucking love Sam Alvey. Sam Alvey was actually a killer back in the day. I don't care what people say. That dude was genuinely a decent fighter who had a really good record. I think at some point he was like 18-0 or 17-0 or something. Sam Alvey was the man. I would love to get him on one day. I'm not really ever gonna do fighter interviews, I think, but he's one guy I would like to talk to just because he's seen it all. He's literally been around. Yeah, nice one for the fucking nice one for the nice one for the recommendation there, Paradox. I might do this, because I think if stuff's on YouTube, it's kind of fair game. You can just throw it up, which is cool. It's kind of nice to not have to look at my own mug for a change. Oh, fuck it up. Was it Sam Alvey who was rear naked choking somebody? It looked that way for a moment. Fucking hell, that is wild. All hell has broken loose. Brian Ortega has given up on making the weight. Yeah, he's never going back to 145 again. Never, ever, never. Yeah, Sam Alvey's a lovely bloke. He really is. Just a genuine, down-to-earth person. He seems like so unsuited to being a fighter. He seems genuinely like caring. It looks like the owner was the one who locked in the choke. That's gonna do great for his street cred. Yeah, YouTube live streams seem to be fair. I think that's right as well. I think if it's being streamed on YouTube, you can do whatever the fuck you want, as long as it's not like UFC or like, for example, if I was to do that with the UFC press conference, I saw Phil getting away with it, but I was in another YouTuber stream once who tried to stream the press conference live, and they literally just he didn't miss. He basically they're fighting at 155 now. And the thing is, a lot of people have made a big deal out of it, but Lopez was also weighed in at 155 as well. So I'm assuming they knew about this for longer than they. I mean, the thing is, Ortega was basically he was weight building to get up to 155 at the Sphere. So the UFC must have known this. Like, I think any notion that he's expected to take the fight on short notice while he's building up to 155 is going to be punished too severely. I don't think he'll get his purse. And like I said, they both weighed in at 155. Has anything else happened with karate combat? He's going to get destroyed at 155. You think he will? With his chin, he might do all right. I guess we're going to find out tomorrow night. Anyone here ever banged out an old MILF in their 20s? I thought about it. As in when you were 20, or like, how old are we talking? I have been. The thing is that I have been with a few older women. It's not that different. Like the one who I banged who was technically a granny. She was good. She was really good. She knew what she was doing. But generally, like the thing is, there most women they get away with not being that skilled because they don't. A lot of women feel like they don't need to learn anything. They just have to turn up and just get smashed out, and they'll be fine. Um, I want to, man. Give it a try. The thing is, yeah, the older women get, because they've been piped out so many times, they get more and more fucked up, and they get more and more freaky and more and more willing to do things because their chastity's gone. They've been reamed out a couple of times, and they're just thinking, "Fuck it, I might as well just fuck around now." A lot of women get to that stage in their lives, 100%. And I mean, you can still find women out there that are up to 45, 50 and still look great. And again, they're a bit more realistic with their expectations. That's been my experience. Like I said, I don't fuck with any woman who's like under 30. And I mean, now I don't really fuck with many women anyway, because obviously I'm not going to explain why. I don't want to get too personal about my because I've realized, yeah, if I'm too specific about like my family situation, I'm going to get doxxed one day, and I've got a little kid, and I don't want to have to get the weapons out for someone knocking on my door. But yeah, if I was going to, I wouldn't mess with anybody younger than 30 or older than 50. Right, I was in my 20s buying herbs from a 60-year-old smoke show. Bro, if she was a smoke show at 60, of course you're smashing. If she's giving you the bro, we're men. Let's not pretend here. Let's not fuck around here. I know that men like to pretend we've got standards and we've got this and that. There's a lot of times we do have standards, but generally we don't. If it's there and it's doable and it's not a hideous situation where you're like, you know what, she's not bad. It's here. It's getting done, bro. It's getting done, boys. And I don't think there's any shame in that. I'm certainly not gonna act like I'm beneath it or above it. I'm not. I'm not. We are. The thing is, here, men, you understand. Crystal, I don't know if you're still here. Maybe you are. We're just programmed that way, and women kind of are too. And we're forming a society more and more where it's kind of acceptable for women to do it and men to do it. I mean, it's just turning into a sexual free for all at this point. Those chicks are the worst that just think them being there is enough. It is the worst, Jay-Z. And like I say, fortunately, I haven't encountered too many situations like that. I haven't, but I'd say if I was going to put it percentage wise, I'd say probably 80 to 90% of my experiences have been good. Like where I've looked back on it and been like, I don't regret that. And there's been that 10% where you've had the what did Casey Kenny call them again? It was like the midnight walkers or something, where I've had some genuine experience with munters. And I'm not just talking about looks wise, but have genuinely had really bad. They've either been really selfish or had really bad attitudes, or there was things about them that really turned me off, and I've been like, I wish I didn't do that. And I've had instant regret. Cheers, hitting that dab pen. Bruv, Lion's Hunt. That's just the way that it is. It cannot be helped. I'm kind of glad I'm at a stage in my life. I always thought to myself, yeah, I'm going to get to a certain stage in my life where I'm not really that much on it anymore, where I don't really care about pussy that much. And I'm going to be like, fuck, it's sad. Like, I don't want to be honest, I'm not that bothered now. Occasionally the inclination does come back, but I'm chill, man. Like I said, I've ran through so many people in my time. I'm like, I've definitely matured. And I'm kind of like, it doesn't mean that much to me anymore. Hopefully it will come back at some stage. I don't know, but I'm not that bothered, and I don't care that I'm not bothered. There's more to life than just indiscriminately smashing. Okay. Next combat fight is on. All right, let's go, baby. I'm assuming you guys prefer. I'm just going to keep talking. I'll put it on full screen so you guys can clearly see it. We'll just have it on in the background. Post nut clarity makes you feel digested for what you just did. The thing is, yeah, and this is the weird thing, yeah. Being honest with myself, there have been very few occasions in my life. I would say less than 5% where I've nutted and I've been like, I still want to spend time with this person. And that's the honest truth. The amount of times I've just wanted the person out of there, it's like I said, 95%. And sometimes I've just ridden it out. And then you get that kind of like, you know, your balls refill. And then you're like, you know what? I can yeah, I can make it to the morning. And there's been times where I've literally been like, nah, I need this bitch out of her. This is gay talk about are they fucking pushing power slap? I fucking hate power slap. I've only ever seen highlights of it, and I did make a video about how fucking retarded it is. Is that fucking Mike? What's his name? Why is this guy commentating? Baz Rutan's obviously the dude. But why the fuck have we got... Yes, like you can just disappear. Bro, it's like that. It just is what it is. And the thing is, it's confusing, yeah, because I know that there have been girls that I genuinely thought that I've liked a lot. And I'm thinking, yep, when that nut goes off, I'm going to be... And they're chill girls, they're nice girls. But for some reason, I just want you out of here. I can't help it. And it's not nice feeling that way. They're fighting in my screen. Are you up to date? Well, this is as I'm in the UK. The thing is, you got to remember, yeah, on my YouTube is about a minute lagged behind you guys, because I think they do it because obviously everything's running through the checker as well. You know, just in case something fucked up comes up, so they can ban you quickly. So my stream is going to be automatically a minute behind yours. Like for example, when you guys send chats, I usually get them a minute later, if that makes sense. So I'm responding to them. I didn't realize this until I actually, because what I do now is I have my YouTube open in a laptop next to me so that I can make sure that the stream is still live. So even though it says 17 watching now, one of them is me. But it also makes me just allows me to make sure that things are still moving and that the stream hasn't gone offline, or that, you know what I'm saying? And also so I can put polls up as well. So yeah, Jay-Z, I get Jay-Z. One day, you and I are gonna sit down. We're gonna get through a fucking case, and we're just gonna talk about our entire, because it sounds like you've had some experiences as well, brother. And same with Paradox the chat. Let me see if I can refresh it and see if that makes it, if that helps. Hang on, because maybe that's the issue. Oh yeah, it suddenly jumped to the fight. So I don't know if you can see that, or it's showing. Oh, spinning back fist. This is the one thing about like I wish this could be done in the with the UFC, that I could just show it. The amount of times I have people turning up and just being like, "Can you show the stream, bro?" I'm like, "Nah, man, I don't want to get kicked off. I wish I could." In my last stream ever, like when I decide I'm gonna never come back on YouTube again, I'm just gonna stream the whole thing on some kind of platform and just fuck with them. So is this the second round starting now? Yeah. What the hell happened there then? I was miles behind. This is how you know, yeah. I reckon more people genuinely are watching Karate Combat than they are watching PFL. I genuinely believe that. PFL is so whack. And I really do want them to do well. I really, really do. Oh, they're getting into it now. This is the thing about karate combat, yeah. I think it's gonna eventually do well because it's stand up. You get a lot of fucking people getting chinned. And most fans, that's what they want to see. It's why I think BKFC is going to be quite big as well. I genuinely think so. Mhm. I'm watching both PFL on the TV and karate on the laptop. Do you know what I'm going to do, Jay Z? Yeah, I've been talking about this for the last couple of days. I think what I'm going to do is, you know those frame TVs that Samsung make, where it's like an ultra thin TV that looks like a picture frame. I think I'm going to put it up behind my laptop in front of me and have like, because I've already got like another laptop next to me here, which I use to stream the UFC on whenever I'm doing watch alongs. I might just do that, you know. So if there's ever instances where there's two events going on at the same time, I think it's worth doing. I think I'll shell out like $1,000 on a nice little frame TV, so that at least when I'm not watching it, I can just have it showing some kind of artwork or something, so it doesn't feel like there's a. Because I'm very against having. I've already got enough screens in here. I've got like my massive monitor for my PC on one side. I've got like a laptop on that I stream through, and then another laptop that I watch stuff on. So it's like I don't want to have too many things going on. But if I can have it looking like a picture most of the time, it might be the way to go. I'm definitely looking into it. I'm definitely looking into it. I might just go down that route because I've got massive screens in my house. I've got like a massive projector in my living room, and I never get to watch the UFC on it because I'm always streaming. So I've got all these nice ways of watching the fights and like massive on a massive screen, and I never get to do it. It's a shame. I need to change it up. It's kind of smart of Karate Combat though to do this on a Friday night. I feel you. I have an 80-inch TV, so I'm spoiled. Yeah, for some reason, yeah. I mean, I don't mind big TVs, but I went with the you know those short throw projectors. I've got one of those, and I don't get to use it that much. Like my son uses it a lot more than I do. You can shoot takedowns in Karate Combat. You can, but you can't. So yeah, you basically can. Long story short, you can't put submissions in basically. So you can take somebody down and then beat the fuck out of them, but you can't lock in a submission. So the rules are essentially all stand up is allowed, and you're allowed to take somebody down and beat the fuck out of them on top. You can't try and latch in a submission. What projector have you got, Paradox? I've got one of those what are they called? It's a Samsung one. I think it's LTT5 something something. Really good. The picture quality is really good. The only issue is you need anyone who sells you a short throw projector or any projector in general, they'll tell you, "Oh man, it works really well during the day. You fucking need to have really good blinds. If you want to watch it during the day, you can still see it, but it's like um, it's not clear like it would be on a TV." But having said that, like I said, when my short throw projector is on, all I've got to do is draw the curtains and it works perfectly. And it's like 120, it's like a 120-inch screen, and it's fucking crystal clear. But the thing is, though, Connor's Power, basically, if you want to shell out for a short throw, which is the way that you want to go, you don't want to have a projector that you have to, set up from the middle of the room and put on either like a one of those ceiling hooks or like on a stool, because it then fucks up the whole dynamics of your whole room. You want a short throw one that's basically right next to the wall. But to get a good one, you're paying easily anything between $2,500 to $3,000. So if you're gonna pay that much, I've in hindsight, I probably would have just bought a big fuck off TV. You got blackout blinds. I just got really thick curtains, and it kind of works. Like it's fine. It hasn't given me too much trouble, to be honest. It's been all right. But I kind of want to get to a stage where I'm like, so I've got my PS5 set up to it, and yeah, I occasionally like my son really likes it, so he gets like good value out of it. It's a lot of money. If you're gonna spend that much on anything, you might as well just get a TV. You might as well. I don't regret buying it because it is sick, and like I said, it's like having a cinema in your house. But nah, it's a lot to invest in. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Yeah, I'd hold off right now, but in the future for sure. And the thing is, yeah, they are going to get. I imagine that the technology is going to leap up even more. They're going to become more accessible because they are kind of like a niche thing to buy. Like they're basically most people are still buying TVs, which fair enough. Fair enough. Like that was a nice little scrap. I do need to check on what's going on with the PFL. I'm gonna stick around for probably 10 more minutes just to make it an even 3 hours, and then I'm gonna bunk. Yeah, this shit is so much better than the Bruno Silva fight's gonna be. I still can't understand how the fuck that's been put on the make. Do you know what makes it worse? Yeah, it's like why not if you have to show that like women matter and all that kind of shit, why can't you just put them at the opener of the main cards? Not having Gary and fucking Paige as the feature fight is mental to me. Have you ever seen people watching fights on VR? I've never done that. And do you know what? I've got one of those VR headsets somewhere here. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. Hang on. See, I've got one of these ones and it's actually like pretty high quality. I've played like Beat Saber on it and a couple of other things. It's not bad. I probably, considering how much it cost, I probably haven't used it as much as I probably should. Um, but I might give it a try. I might give it a go because that might be a completely different experience. Might be worth doing. And again, we're kind of heading in that direction, aren't we? Where like we are going to be able to do that. Like where they'll have the ref cam, and we'll feel like we're in there. That would be pretty sick. The UFC is definitely going to step it up at some point. It's probably going to get to the stage where you can get they are I think it is possible to watch it's not like technically VR like that because basically what it is you can VR stream now, but basically it's you just having the headset on and then the screen comes out in front of you. So that you can't see any. I think the purpose of it is it feels a little bit more immersive because you can't see obviously because obviously now when you're watching anything, you can see your walls, your corners, whatever. But in VR, you can have a literally immersive background, so it's like it's a bit different. But yeah, UFC presses fucking suck ass now. I mean, that last one was like 20 minutes, and they were like, what? There was maybe 30 seconds of fucking entertainment from it. It was awful. I think they were onto a winner. You know, when they used to have the old Connor presses when you had like the entire card was on there, where you had just rows and rows of people on there, and people would interact with people that you wouldn't expect. Now they basically have the main card on there, and then you have these. And I blame like the UFC. Well, I blame the UFC for it to some extent, but I blame the journalists as well because it's very, very clear that they are feeding people. They're telling people what they can and can't say. So it's kind of I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's scripted, but it's definitely monitored to some extent, where they're saying to people, there's certain questions that you can't answer, or the implication is being basically put there where it's like, if you ask questions that we don't like, you're not going to be allowed back here. I'm getting that kind of vibe. So like, they just aren't what they were. It's a shame. What they need to do is like have situations where, for example, you have big press conferences where you get Colby's on there, you get, you know, even people that aren't fighting. So if you had like Colby versus, say if you had Colby versus Leon there, you have like Poirier and somebody else on there, two people who you know don't like each other, and you get more back and forth, not just with the people that they're fighting, but with other people as well. So it gives you the opportunity to set up like future fights in the you know, or fights in the future, which would be great. But they don't take advantage of that anymore. Pressers are arse now. They're just terrible. But nice one for bringing that up, Paradox. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go 5 more minutes. I think I'll get it to like an even 3, and then like I said, we'll do a watch along tomorrow, and I'll throw up the restream stream link so that if any of you guys just feel like coming in, jumping in, like I said, Paradox, you don't need to go on cam. You could just have your camera off and your mic on, and that'd be enough for me. Like I would never ask somebody to go on camera when they don't want to. And also as well, when I decided to go on camera, part of it as well was like, oh, I've just seen you that, oh shit. Perth tickets are going on sale on July the 3rd. I've just been sent a code by the UFC Fight Club team. So they're going on sale from Wednesday the 3rd of July. Should I go to Australia? I don't know. Good night, Jay-Z. I'm going to head off in a minute myself. Thanks a lot. Thanks so much for coming, man. I really appreciate you. You have become such a valuable member of the community. Much love to you, man. And obviously same to you as well, Paradox, you fucking legend. First thing I'm going to do when I head off is I'm going to go and watch your breakdown, and I'm obviously going to throw up a comment as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you've got to say. This will be the first and last time I go on stream with a fucking English shirt as well. I guess we're going to Perth, Frankie. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a few conversations tomorrow. Because what date is it on? Perth, baby. Yeah, because I'm going to 304, and I'm going to go again to Bellator in London. I've got to go to it. I feel like I must. And I might go to Abu Dhabi as well. I might. On in early August. I might have a few conversations tomorrow, and maybe I can get over to Australia as well. I might have to. The thing is, yeah, I need to hear more about what's on the card between now and the 3rd of July. So this kind of says, yeah, that because it's getting announced on the 3rd of July, they're probably going to have added every fight they're going to add to the card by then, or near enough. Because usually they don't put tickets on sale until most of the card is filled out. So if they add a few more bangers to it, because 304 is looking fucking sensational right now. Like I thought it was already amazing, and now they've added RoboCop and what's his name? I always say Ian Duncan Smith. It's not Ian Duncan Smith. It's Clark Duncan or whatever his name is. The bald cunt. So you can see it's really tired now, and I'm a little bit drunk. Duncan, whatever his name is. The card's got even better. I've got Manel Cap. I've got Leon Edwards and Bilal. Got Tommy Aspinall. I want to come to the England card so bad, bruv. Whenever you come here, I guarantee you, Chris, we'll make a fucking experience out of it. That's how much I appreciate having you here, and you're a fucking asset as well to the community. When you get yourself over to England, we will do it big. I can promise you that. It'll be sick. And like I said, doing it's got to be at a time as well when you can get it on a UFC card would be obviously ideal. But even if you don't, even if you happen to come over when something's not on. We can just go to a bar and watch it, or we can just watch it on the fucking, you know, short throw projector in my living room. It would be nice to actually have people over and make proper use of it. Because that was my plan when I originally got it. I'm like, yeah, man, I'll have watch parties. I'll have my mates and stuff come over. And then I'm like, they live in London. They're not traveling for an hour to come just to watch a big fucking screen, you know? So that's problematic. So it'd be sick to get that going. But yeah, I might consider it. If they can bulk up that card a little bit, maybe I'll go over to Perth as well. Especially if the dates line up. Because why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? I've never been to Australia. And Dougie's there as well, so might be able to set something like that up. Hell yeah, bro. 2 years max, I'll be right over there. Hopefully when there is like some UFC or dope footy games, maybe even are you planning on like moving here or just visiting? Because I know you've talked a great deal about needing to bag yourself a British hottie and whatnot. I'm assuming there's some contrived plan here to get yourself over here at some point. I'm trying to find out as well what's going on in PFL. Christian Leroy Duncan, that's who it is. I always forget it. I always forget his name. Love your grind, bro. Do you know what it is, man? It's like I said, it's the people that turn up here. I wouldn't be able to do it if there were one or two people in here. I went shops, bought food, cooked and ate, and came back, and you're still grinding. Yeah, man. For the people who are kind of willing to cling on and just enjoy the experience of having a little bit of a chat, fucking appreciate it. Left screen on for you, bro, to keep the views up. Bro, you're a fucking legend for that. Again, you kind of know what it works. You know what it is? It's not just the amount of people that come in. Christian Leroy Duncan. I'm gonna need to get it tattooed to remember it because otherwise I won't. Apparently just putting the video up helps with the watch hours or whatever the fuck it is. I think I've passed that threshold anyway, but I really appreciate it, man. Come England, Chris. I'll save up money and we'll have a big sesh. Paradox. Where exactly are you again? Because I definitely need to hook up with you sometime and maybe do some hallucinogenics. You might be the guy. You might be the guy to do that with. Hopefully somewhere small town outside Manchester or maybe Cardiff. Cardiff, so many cool places though and people. Yeah, you don't want to do London for your first experience. Go to Manchester and committing vandalism. Come on, Manchester's really nice. I went there like last year to watch a football game. I went to the Etihad to watch Manchester batter my team, like abuse them. It was horrible to watch. But it was fun being in Manchester. Manchester's cool, man. The people there are chill. You're in Nottingham. Bro, you're not that far from me. You're not that far from me at all. Nottingham's pretty sweet as well, man. I used to go there in my uni days and get like Nottingham is one of the best party towns to go to or university party towns. Nottingham basically is a university town. I'm definitely going to come up there at some point, Paradox. We'll get because I've got nothing better to do. Like I could literally just hop in the car one day and just pop down there when you got time. We'll just get a few beers in, get it done right. I wish I'd known you before because I would have got you to come to 304 with me. It would have been sick. I need to go soon before they tear down Old Trafford. Yeah. Nottingham is 50% shithole, 50% lovely. Same as everywhere else in England, bro. In fact, 50-50 is the best you're going to get. 50-50 is 100% you get. It's basically, even London, man. London's like, I'd say probably 70-30, like 70 shit, 30 good. Like in my part of Cambridgeshire where I live on the outskirts in like a remote sort of housing. Like I've got like a lake in my I don't live in London. I live in Cambridgeshire. I used to live in London. And nah, you don't want to drive there. You do not want to drive there. It's the worst. Like, bro, when I drive around here, there's no traffic. There's no nothing. You can just get around as much as you want. And I basically live in front of like a big lake. Like maybe tomorrow I'll drag my camera out and I'll show you the front of where I live. You know, for those loyal people who turned up to actually I've just realized that's a surefire way to get myself doxxed. So I'm not gonna do that. But I basically live in front of like a really big lake. And it's peaceful, man. It's great place to raise kids. It's awesome. But no, driving in London's wank. You absolutely don't do it. Getting parking's horrible and the traffic's awful. And it takes you like literally. There are times when I've got to go from where I had to go from one place to another, and it's like 6 miles, and it would take 45 minutes to 50 minutes. That's the average time for that distance in London. It's fucking pathetic. And then there's charges all up the arse. You get congestion zone. You get all that kind of shit. It's not worth it. Just a little flex on stream. Castles would be a good one. I've never thought about going to an event while geeked on streams, but it would certainly be fun. I'm telling you, yeah, the streaming situation is coming to. I feel like it's getting to a point where I'm nearly ready for it. Well, I've been ready for it for years. The only reason why I haven't is, like I said, I've got young kids and situation's a bit complicated. Bro, parking in Nottingham Square is hell. Fuck London. If I came down to Nottingham, what I'd probably do is I'd probably just get. I say going down to Nottingham. If I went up to Nottingham, I'd probably just get a. Have you heard about HMP Wandsworth? Fuck yeah, it's a prison. I know people that went there. I know people that have spent time there. I've never been to a UFC. I've never been to a UFC event in London, but I've been to other stuff or MDMA. Bro, like I've said, Mo, you're another guy who is gonna. The hookup's got to happen at some point because we just got these UK boys up in here. We need to. And bro, we're all within driving distance of each other. Like when this stream gets to a point where it's like, what I might do is I might just have a thing where I have all of you down, and we can just do a fucking live shout out HMP. We can all do like a live watch along or something. You know, or do like, or not even a live watch along. We can just basically go to a fucking bar here and fuck streaming on YouTube or whatever. Just go and have some drinks and watch the fights on a fucking big screen. We've got to get it done. So Antoine, like the I've gone somewhere geeked on stream. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't really understand. Don't worry, Connor's pal. You're still in the crew. One and thing is, making the walk MMA, which you should also subscribe to, by the way, Connor's pal. He's in America as well, and this is what I'm saying. We're all going to be doing. It's going to be a because I feel like as well. Yeah, I'm not in this YouTube game to make too much waves. I'm more of a. I'm here for you, for people like you. Or maybe the Dubois versus Joshua card. I'm down. I'm fully down. We can work something out. We can fully work something out. The thing is that you guys, I mean, Paradox, you've got me on what we should do. I'm not just saying this just for the UK boys. We should definitely have like a Twitter chat group. Do you know what I'm saying? You've all got me on Twitter. And whoever wants to join it, we should make a group that has all of us in it, so that we don't just have to communicate through YouTube. Because communicating on YouTube is a rough business, man. We should definitely do something on we should set up like a group on Twitter, and then just get it going. Get into it. At a pub, UK time, Wembley. We'd probably you're right. We'd probably have to do it. Paradox. What's the bar situation like in Nottingham for those times, in terms of watching live events? Because I imagine London would be much easier, but at the same time, yeah, when I get to know you guys better, I could just bring you down here because I've definitely got the facilities to do it. Sounds like a mint idea. And then when Chris Gray gets his time sorted out and can pop over from the from Maple Leaf Country, that'd be sweet as well. Go to a pub and start some shit. That's the thing. You imagine getting a bunch of lads together, and we're all obviously big MMA enthusiasts. We're all meeting up for the first time. We're getting drunk off our tits. Something bad is bound to go down. Bunch of chads just meeting up together. I don't know. They all shut. They're all shut. I'm pretty sure that's what I'd expect because Nottingham is kind of like that. Like when I used to go and party there, it was more that you'd go to dorms and do like university parties there. You could never go out in the town in the middle of the night. Things just tend to shut down. We'll work something out for sure. We could do the Dubois and Joshua card, but we'd have to find out what UFC card is on that weekend as well. Because maybe we could do a double. We'll definitely work it out. Paradox, you've got me on bunch of autistic chads walk into a bar. You've got me on Twitter, and so do you, Mo. We just have to get this thing going. You've got to get this thing going. And like I said, brutally honest MMA is in Stoke as well. Because we're all in the same situation, where we live in the UK, but we don't really know a lot of UK people who get down with MMA. And it'd be nice just to meet up, have a few I say a few beers, like you know how us Brits roll. And just watch a fucking card and just enjoy it for what it is. No fucking live streaming, no anything like that. Just enjoy the card for what it is. Because and I'm sure like Antoine, I know you do this all the time. I've never had people over in my house and watched MMA like with a group of lads. I've done it with boxing a million times because they're all on it. But MMA, nobody gives a shit. In the UK, nobody gives a shit who I'm mates with. Couldn't give less of a fuck. In fact, they secretly think I'm hanging around in the closet when I bring up MMA. For some reason, somebody shirtless wearing shorts is way less gay than someone wearing UFC apparel and being half naked. It's weird. Have a couple of Stellas, The thing is, it would have to be Stellas because even though it's not what I usually drink, it's the geezery lad thing to do. So maybe we could do when is Dubois versus Joshua going down? I think it's in September and the good thing about it is the reason why it's the right one to do, and Mo might be onto something here, because it's going to be on at like a reasonable hour. We won't have to stay up until like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning watching that shit. It will be on in Saudi. The card will probably finish at what? Or it might be in the UK. I'm not sure what they're planning on doing with it. But either way, the card's going to finish at what? 11:30 at night. That might be the one to do. I'm fully down. So like I said, just hit me. Do you know what I'll do? I'll set up a group. Both of you DM me on Twitter and we'll sort something out. We'll get a little group going. I'm more of a Peroni man myself. Oh, it's in Wembley, so it's actually happening in Wembley. Yeah, we should go there. I say we should get tickets here, but it'll probably be it'll probably be expensive and shit because in Wembley it'll be a 90,000. It'll be a 90,000 situation, and I don't do nosebleeds. And then what we could do, like you said, we could if it was on the same day as a card was on, we could go to a bar and watch the boxing, and then go somewhere else that's on all night, like a sports bar, and finish off watching the whatever card's on. That'd be sick. I had a big party once at my house here, and I picked UFC 268. Worked out mint. This is the thing. It's all this. I'm gonna get sad of you right here. The only card I ever watched with people, a big group of lads, was when Conor McGregor fought Eddie Alvarez. I've pretty much only ever watched cards by myself, UFC cards by myself, or with a woman I was with at the time. That's it. That's literally it. I've never watched a UFC card live in person with another human male. I've never done it. Like I said, with boxing, countless times, but I've never done that. And I feel like I'm fucking it up. Won't be put on at a pub at all, honestly. You mean the UFC? We could definitely work something out. We could definitely. No pub would have it on all night like that. We could definitely work something out. I've got a few ways that situation could be solved, but I'm not going to talk about it on live stream. We can talk about it in the Twitter group. You got to pick wisely most times. It is a disappointment because none of my friends here are hardcore MMA fans anyway, and that's the problem that you've got. Like UFC is not mainstream quite yet, and we've talked about this. Like there's very rarely a UFC event where you feel like everyone's watching it or the casuals are watching it. It's very rare. It's just not that big yet. It felt big when Conor McGregor was involved. It felt like everyone was watching. And I think that's why, even though he's been a massive bellend over the last few years, we want him back. Because you want to at least have a taste or a glimpse of what it's like to have that mainstream feel again, where you don't feel like you're the only cunt watching it. I've only watched UFC on my own or early prelims with my dad before he goes to bed. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. Because the thing is, yeah, the issue is that if you're in the UK, most people, unless you are hardcore and you're on it and you watch every card, nobody's staying up until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to watch anyone fight. Anyone. Like, why would you? Why would you? So I totally get that. I totally get that. And that's probably why we don't know many people in. But the thing is, though, I will say this about us UK fans: when we if you find a UK fan who's on MMA, they are on it like hardcores in the UK can compete with any hardcore anywhere all over the world because we know our shit. Like we go in deep. And that's been one of the sweetest things. It's really nice having guys like Chris from Canada who are you can also share that hardcore experience with. But what's been interesting to me when I started this channel, I was expecting, right, we'll get some eventually when I get to a certain level, we'll get some people from Canada, we'll get some people from America. You know those hardcore MMA fan bases where you expect it. I never thought I would bump into anyone that would be like, and it's funny because, like I said, the biggest MMA YouTuber you could technically say is the Guru, and he's from the UK. But I never thought I'd bump into a lot of hardcore fan bases that would, or hardcore MMA fans that would be from the UK, and that's been a really nice experience from that, knowing that it's not just people from Canada and America and Japan and places like that where there's an MMA background. It's good to see that there's some UK fans that are willing to get it done. Yo, it's the main event. Might as well watch it. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna slap that on. Let me see if I can. I'm just gonna refresh it again just to make sure I'm on the same page. There we go. Let's go. I'm gonna let basically when this main event finishes, that's when I'm gonna buck. And by the way, if you are still here, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, please like the stream. I'd be very grateful for that. And also, if you could subscribe if you haven't already, that would be sweet. That would be absolutely sweet. Hang on a second, I'm just gonna extend the there we go. Oh, I9s is up in the building. I9s is another guy. If you haven't subscribed to him, do get over there. This guy's amazing. He's one of the first people. When I started doing MMA YouTube, I9s is one of the first people that I jumped over to. Love your channel. And you've only started doing on face cam stuff for the last 6 or 7 months or something like that. And you're doing really well. Glad to see you got over 1,000 subs as well. Yeah, man, thanks for turning up and pitching up here. I really appreciate it. Bro, MVP's walkout is corny, kind of sus. He is a bit fruity, his MVP, but you know what? I haven't heard this Gary diss song yet, and I'm sure it's going to be shit. But the reason why I haven't watched it is because I want to at least delude myself into believing it's not going to be totally shit. And maybe it will be funnier and will make more sense when it happens live. So I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to give it a try. We'll see. I'm going to avoid listening to it until that moment comes. Bro literally remixed BBL Drizzy. Is that it? No, I guess all the hype's gone for me then. Fuck it. Still though, do you know what? I give him credit for trying something new. Because everyone always comes out to a bait-ass song that nobody gives a fuck about. So the fact that he's trying to, like, you know, the fact that he's trying something a little bit new. Do you know what? I've just realized, yeah, it's James Vick. It's James Vick. I'm suddenly excited now. James Vick. If anybody's been humbled in their lives, it's been James Vick. Jesus, tap dancing Christ. This poor son of a bitch. Like, he literally went from, you know how people usually when they get they talk shit and then they get beaten up and then a few years later they say, Inans, are you talking about 303? What's my favorite fight on that card? Just to clarify. MVP actually making shit fun. This is what I'm saying, yeah. I actually appreciate the fact that he's trying to do something different. I am so amped about UFC 303. This card is that card has got so much better. I'm so jazzed for tomorrow, man. It's gonna be sick. Antoine, are you gonna jump on a watch along as well? I know I said I wasn't gonna do one, but then I forgot that our little thing was like we will do a for 303. Yeah, it's probably Gary and MVP. You know, I'm obviously jazzed for the only three fights I really give a fuck about are the main event, Gary and MVP, and maybe Lopez and Ortega because I love Lopez. I'm excited about all three of them. There are some good fights up and down the card. I mean, I do have to remind myself of what they are. Like the prelims on this card is like slightly good. I'm interested to see what, I mean, Peyton Talbot being a minus 1300 is fucking stupid to me. But it'll be interesting to see if he can continue to impress. Pfeiffer and Barriot is a great fight. Ricky Simon being the opener on the early prelims is a bit of a slap in the face. It really is a bit of a slap in the face. I like Ricky Simon. I know he lost to Song Yadong and he got fairly fucked up in that fight, but I still think he's decent. And having him open up, maybe this is a thing they're doing now. They're trying to put like a banger of a fight on the early prelims to make a point, but I don't know. Waterson Gomez Robertson isn't terrible. Jourdain and Silva should be a nice fun scrap. So it's not a bad card, but I'd say like really the only three fights I give any kind of serious fuck about is Pereira and Yeri, obviously, Ortega and Lopez, and but I'd say Gary and Page is the one I've really got my eye on. Because I feel like I'm emotionally invested in that one. Because I think Gary's a fucking twat. And MVP is actually kind of fun and entertaining. And I've picked Gary, but I'm kind of hoping I'm going to be wrong. So we'll see. Turn the sound on a little bit. Go on mush. Hang on a second. I'll see if I can. Wait a sec.
The black pants, James Vick in the white pants. Josh Palmer, Basru,
Wait for this one.
Malak on the call for you this evening.
I did not like that. Alves looks ready to control the pace. Yep. He's doing a good job.
Man, James Vick's career is really in the toilet, isn't it? Poor motherfucker.
Smart, threaten him.
It's kind of been the year of redemptions, though, so I hope... Oh, no. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, James Vick used to look quite good, you know. This is just sad. like karate combat will surely want to see this man get beaten up.
Bus, did you think it would
But
be
they don't
hard
want to be
to
seen as that organization where soy James
especially
Vick can
because he's
turn up and do
constantly
something
staying in
good.
that side position, in the bladed position. Vick is, and he's lifting his leg the whole time. So that gives a little threat of when he comes in that he gets kicks in the face.
Has James Vick's got to play this with the classic reach
Yeah,
advantage, like just stay
you're
behind the
100%
jab,
right
stay
about
behind
that.
the teeps?
This is like
I would
that's
if I were him, because
a
I know the power of
it's
the
a Figgy
throw.
Cody
Rafael
Garbrandt type
Rafael
card
Alves said,
opener. I would
I
say
would
it's
be
slightly
afraid
even
to go
better.
man for
Who have you
man.
got for that, by the way, bro?
Oh,
Because I have seen your breakdown video, but I
Well,
didn't
parried
see
with
this
the
particular fight. I
accidental
think I only
eyebrow.
saw what you talked about on the main card, from what I recall. Because I do watch your videos fairly regularly.
Always unfortunate when it happens. Quick breather.
I'm gonna tell my barber I want, bro, that Diego Lopez
Alves
haircut,
says
the old mullet.
sure that he's ready to continue.
That's
Take a quick look
basically gonna be
at
a.
that parry.
I think he's gonna get to a stage where that's gonna be a thing.
Well, I'm not gonna see
You know, where
any
you
time
can
we're
walk
back
into a
underway
fucking
quickly
bar or
here.
whatever, or sorry, walk into a barber and be like, I want the
Careful not
Lopez,
to
and they just
stay
know what the deal
in
is
the bar.
immediately.
God!
Oh my god, that is fucking brutal. Oh my
Have
god.
you ever seen anything like that?
He's dead.
Flag
He might be
switch
dead.
kick, unconscious.
He might be dead.
what the heck?
Oh my
This
God!
motherfucker can't catch a break
The
in life.
executioner has just been
Oh
executed.
shit.
Still out. He kissed his head. He's
Oh
still
man, I
there.
think he might be dead.
Oh
I think he
my
might be dead, guys.
goodness.
Alves kissed his head.
That is the most violent knockout I have ever
Oh my,
seen
oh
live.
man.
He's still out. He's still out.
Oh man.
Wow, that
I
was
think he might be
insane.
seriously hurt here, and I'm not even joking.
Yo.
Okay, well, look, we've got the best medical
Oh my
attention
god, I
immediately.
think
James
he's dead.
Vick
Oh my
being
goodness.
attended to in the recovery position. That.
Oh man.
Holy
that was
shit.
insane.
Wow.
I don't know how I feel about. I feel like this motherfucker got sacked. Look at this guy Alves, man. He looks like an
And it
absolute
was so
beast.
technical too. It's not, and he turned
Don't
his
start
hip into it
backflipping.
as
Your
well,
dude
so
might be
it's
dead, bro.
so
Your
much
opponent
force.
might be dead.
You've been in hundreds of fights. You've
Oh
fought
my
probably
god.
1,000
It's
fights.
weird, yeah. He kind of fell forwards, backwards.
No, I've never seen a knockout, but you can see he's
This felt like a
emotional
glitch in the
about it.
Matrix, the way that just went down.
I don't, Alves, I don't think.
No, I
wishes
genuinely
any ill
hope he's
will
okay. Thing is, yeah, even
whatsoever.
I'll go
Yeah,
as
he's
I'll say
literally
this, yeah.
crying. I
Even
mean,
if like
he's
even
a
if
good
somebody I
guy.
genuinely hate in
This
MMA,
makes me, my first
Izzy
match
comes
at
to mind,
this,
obviously.
with somebody. It's
I
very
would
scary
never
because,
see.
you know,
I
the
would
mind
never.
is way
First of
up
all,
like
obviously,
the
I'd never
face.
want to see somebody
So it
dying
was
there.
like I was
Obviously,
freaking out, you know. You go,
I don't really want to ever
Mike,
see
good.
anyone
Stand up
get
and take a breath
really
for a second.
badly hurt in there either.
I mean,
Like
this
the
was
worst I
you don't
hope
want-
for
you
is
don't
somebody
wanna
I
see
hate
this.
is that
So,
they
guys,
might spend the night
this
in
is
the
a combat
hospital,
sport. These
licking
guys
their
put
wounds,
their
and that's
life
about
on
it.
the line.
I don't want
But
to
at
see
the end of the
anybody
day,
get
we
permanently
all
hurt in this sport.
expect and hope that everybody
Is he
goes
still
home.
down? People look fucking worried in the
Rafael
crowd, you know.
Alves, understandably very emotional.
Yep.
Seeing the scenes here, James Vick still unconscious.
He's
as
still
he is
unconscious.
being put in a neck collar and stretchered off here.
Shit, he might
straight to
be
the hospital.
seriously hurt.
I mean,
You can see by the vibe in the crowd,
wow.
something has gone down here.
Look, the reaction from the crowd here. It turned from celebration and of the display of martial
The way he
artistry and the
fell
timing to just
was
concern
legit
very quickly.
scary.
Oh,
As
dude,
soon as I
was-
saw it, like, I mean, I know people like to rag on James Vick a little bit, but that was genuinely horrific.
Yeah, guys, look, while we get James Vick situated here, we're going to be respectful. We're going to...
A lot of people are tuning into this right now. They probably heard. This is going to be fucking all over Twitter right now. All over everywhere.
What is going to be knockout of the year.
They shouldn't be calling it knockout of the year until they find out how my guy's doing.
Get ready, Nashville. We have the heavyweight
Jesus
fight
Christ, man.
Sam Alvey versus Antonio Arroyo.
And this could be over. Arroyo swarm.
Wait, did Sam Alvey fight tonight?
Huge controversy.
And he lost.
Has been ruled.
Oh man, that makes me sad. Oh, no contest. There you go. He bucked him. No contest.
Antonio Arroyo
I didn't watch hardly any of this card.
He KO'd Sam Alvey. He has to know he headbutted me. Why is he celebrating?
I thought it was
I love Sam Alvey. I really do.
grateful for that moment. If it wasn't for that headbutt, that would be mine right now.
He's back up.
He rectified
He's
his
back
fight
up,
with a
yeah.
rematch,
Thank
and we're
fucking
bringing it right back
Christ.
to you. Sam Alvey versus Antonio Arroyo for the Karate Combat Heavyweight Championship.
Oh wait, Sam Alvey's fighting for titles. You little legend.
Can't wait to see you, Nashville.
Sam Alvey's fighting for a fucking world title there. Oh my god, that's hilarious. No, that KO was brutal. Now we can get to laughing and clapping. The fact that he's awake again, that's great. How much does somebody get paid for a get paid for a main event in this organization? The thing is, it worried me. The fact that they're showing this shit. They need to flip back here immediately and make sure that everyone knows that this guy's still alive. Right, here's the replay. Watch it again in slow mo, which they're obviously gonna do. Oh man. All shin, yeah. Oh yeah, it's down and then back. Look. Bang! Oh yeah. Yeah, that's filth. That's filth. This motherfucker can't catch a break. Basically, since he called Gaethje the Homer Simpson of MMA, he's just had he's had a horrible life.
I mean, this was our reaction, guys, when it happened.
Oh shit! Yeah, there it is. There he goes.
You didn't know what to. You couldn't even look, my friend.
Look at the people.
Oh.
I've said this before. Yeah, it's like when you see something like that happen live. When a fight's boring, it's fucking horrible. When you see something like that live, it stays with you for the rest of your life. A knockout like that, everyone who's in that arena who watched this guy almost dying there is never gonna forget that. Whenever they talk about combat sports, it's gonna be, yeah, man. I was there one time when I you know that James Vick guy? Yeah, that guy. I thought he died, like legit. That's what they're gonna say instantly. Horrible. Horrible. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, boys, that was horrendous. That Homer Simpson thing is... He was right. I mean, he was right calling him Homer Simpson. He did have a point, but... I'm not saying he was wrong. I'm saying that he suffered horrendously since that moment. Yeah, I feel like the MMA gods... If the MMA gods really do exist... It was the fucking with Gaethje that was a step too far. Man, that was absolute brutality. I feel like I'm going to have to watch Karate Combat a little bit more, though, because as much as I do love mixed martial arts generally, nothing beats like a pure strike and let's get it done situation. Didn't age well at all. Aged horribly. Oh, mate. I don't even know what to say about that. That was horrible. It wasn't so much, don't get me wrong, we've seen worse knockouts in MMA, but it was more the fact that it's him and the way that he fell and the fact that he wasn't moving. Oh, sorry, I've got to turn this down. I just realized I've still got the sound on. Crank that off. Dude. Apparently he didn't get up, actually. Oh, he got stretchered off. Man, now I feel bad again. We legitimately might be hearing about a fatality in about 20 minutes. And I'm not saying that to take the piss. Like, I'm genuinely not. Because I really stand by that when I say I don't want that shit happening to anyone. Is anyone still watching PFL? Anyone at all? Another quick reminder as well. I'll throw this up here. I9s, do you mind if I throw up a link to your channel? Let me see if I can get you, hang on. Because you are literally one of the first guys I subscribe to MMA content-wise. I will throw you up in this bitch. There we go. What's PFL? No idea, bro. So I'm even sorry that I'm even embarrassed that I brought it up. My bad. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, if you are an MMA fan, I9s is another guy who's been in the game for quite a bit now. A really nice, really, I say nice, really great channel. Get your asses over there. Again, we like to cultivate a community here that supports each other, and is certainly willing to subscribe to people who are really making a go of things. So yeah. Yeah, do you know what it is? Yeah, the subscriber count that I've got here is not amazing, and I think people don't realize that the community that we've got in here though is sick. It is sick, and it's getting sicker by the day. Like if you go back and look at some of the stuff we've done over the last, because I've only been, like I said, I've only been doing lives like this for the last couple of weeks. The way that things have popped off since then have been crazy. And but to be honest, yeah, we don't like. I'd say probably it's turning into a situation now where probably it's like 30%, 40% MMA at most. It's been getting cool in here. Like I9s is awesome as well. And bro, you're but if I may say, you're looking fucking jacked these days, dude. You're kind of inspiring me to fucking, start jacking up the gym a little bit more. Dude's looking swollen. But yeah, we are gonna do a watch along here tomorrow. And what I'll do is I'll throw up a like I said, I'll throw up the restream link in, and whoever feels like turning up, we'll just see how it goes. We could have a really crazy watch party thing going on here. Yeah, whoever lets James Vick participate in combat isn't his real friend. It's gonna be all over here. Yeah, bro. I remember. Yeah, do you know what? You were one of the. That's what I'm saying. You were literally one of the first people that And I wasn't at 100, under 100 subs that long ago. It was literally. I think I hit 100 subs like March last year. It's crazy, man. I still remember those days vividly. I still feel like I'm living those days in a crazy way. Will you be streaming during the card? That's the plan. We're going to do a watch along. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up I'll throw up a restream link. So if anyone feels like just jumping in on camera into the watch party, we're going to do that. Cuz I think it would be sick. Like I think it would be not a lot of MMA streamers do that. And obviously it would get too crazy if we've got like fucking 20 people in here, because we have peaked at like the most viewers I've had in here. I mean, right now I've got 54 in here, including Twitter. But I've had like 35 YouTube viewers in here at the same time. We obviously couldn't have 35 people up on camera, but I think it would be a sick thing to do. Chris, your favorite kind of fish. Do you know what? Yeah, this is going to be a controversial one. I'm going to go with mackerel. Because I was in Ireland when I was a kid, and we caught them. It's the only fish that I've caught fresh, and man, it was incredible. It was incredible. It was so delicious. There are obviously fish that taste way better than mackerel, but because it's the only fish I've literally had where bonk, and then literally it's on the grill like a few minutes later. Incredible. I've heard it's the same thing as like if you have a chicken, where you've just literally killed it there and you eat it. It's a different level. It was just that. So mackerel for me. Thanks for the obscure question. I can always depend on you for that. Holy mackerel indeed. What's the restream link? I'll be in the stream once you start it tomorrow until you sign off. So when I set up the stream tomorrow, it will give me a link like this one, and then I can either send it to you on Twitter, or I can just post it in here, and then you can just jump on cam and do it like this. We can just do a live watch along. I think there'll be a couple of people doing it, and again, it might be a nice way to I don't know how successful it will be, because usually a lot of people stream during the big cards, but it might just be good just to have a little chat and just whenever you feel like hopping on and off. So what I'll do is when I set the stream up tomorrow, I'll post the link in the chat. And if you feel like jumping on, it's all you, brother. You're more than welcome. It's been long overdue that we do something like that anyway. 100%. So see how you feel at the time, and we'll work something out. I'd love to have you on. Like I said, you're one of the first people that I watched on here, MMA guys that I watched on here. So it'd be really cool. It would feel like a full circle moment for me if I had you live on. I'm not sure if you're still here, Antoine, as well. We definitely need to sort something out. Maybe we can talk about it. We can talk about it at some stage during the day tomorrow before the card starts. I would love that, bro. I'd love to have you on. Bad. Wait, is this an invite to jump on voice chat, video chat, whatever the fuck you want to do? Mo, I've been talking about doing this for a long time. Like literally, I'll just post up the thing, and then whoever wants to jump on can do so. We might have to do it in we might have to be like adult about it, and obviously because we hopefully will get loads of people in tomorrow. And obviously we can't have 50 fucking people on at the same time or it will get out of control. But I've been saying this for ages, Mo. It's like this channel is going to be that. Antoine and I have been talking about it for a while. Getting people on who are fans and just actually want to talk, not just talk in chat, but talk on the camera. Hell yeah. This is what I feel like my channel's kind of moving towards more now as well. It's like I still want to make like topic based content and stuff like that, but I want to just have interactions with people who are genuine fans and want to have the opportunity to do this. You know, because you may find you jump on and you're like, do you know what? Actually, I might want to make a channel of my own, and then we can just create an entire Anton will verify this. Like my whole thing from the beginning, since I started talking to him, because it's how I got involved, and Irons can also say this as well. I've been talking about doing collabs since the beginning. And obviously it seems a little bit far-fetched when you first start out, because if your channel's small, not a lot of people really want to work with you because it's not really worth the risk for them. They want you to bring an existing audience. And now that we've got that now, I don't want to change that philosophy. I want to be like, boom, like, let's bring more people on. What are your thoughts on that undefeated fighter on tomorrow's card, Ray Saruya? I'm wary. He's obviously a massive favorite. I think when I checked the last time I checked, he was at -500. Those road to contender series fighters have been very hit and miss, and they've mostly been miss. Like the only one that I really think has really hit the ground running has been Rinya Nakamura, the Japanese guy who looks really legit. Outside of that, they haven't really done it for me. So I would be like, I would say that I would advise everybody to not use this guy as a parlay fluffer on your, because the guy he's fighting is actually pretty good as well. And I think most people, when they do betting and they don't know about somebody, they hear that they're -500 and they think, oh yeah, shit, that guy must be amazing. And then they throw him on to boost the odds a little bit. And that's where you end up getting fucked in the ass. So I would say that while he probably should win that fight, I wouldn't stick him on. It seems like a major risk to me. Like I don't like the there are a few, like even with Peyton Talbot, that fucking did you hear they're targeting Kaya Sakura versus I didn't hear that, and I'm not surprised. I am not in the least bit surprised that that's being spoken about. I'm not surprised at all. Like genuinely, we talked about this. Like we made a video about what Kaya Sakura should do. If this dude is as big as they expect him to be, they should be trying to fly with the bro. We called it perfectly. We said he was going to go to flyweight, and now that he is, there's no clear contender at flyweight right now. Why not throw him in there? I really badly want it to be Manel Cap because you know how much I love that motherfucker. But I get it. I have a sneaking suspicion we will see a fraud check. I've got Hernandez out damaging Ray to a 2-1. He's my underdog risk for tomorrow. And the thing is, you can get him at what? Let me double check what he's at the moment. You can get wide odds on this guy. I'm with you. Like, the thing is that I haven't got either of them in any of my parlays because I'm just like, you know, it's like I can see it going either way. But, and I'm not the kind of guy who I don't put crazy money into like underdogs. So yeah, Carlos Hernandez you can get at +300, which is really good odds. The guy's experienced. He's fought way better competition than Ray. Personally, I think it would be worth a stab. I personally think. If I was going to bet on that fight, I'd bet on it to either go the distance, or like I said, it's as Antoine tends to talk about. If you've got that couch cushion money, you stick it on an underdog like that. Because coming off Road to Contender, it's like those guys, they haven't faced any the real guys. Do you know what I mean? Please send me your parlay on Twitter, please. I want to try your flow. I will. So basically, I can show you it now, and I will send it to you on Twitter anyway. So basically, what you guys might not be, if you just turned up here suddenly and you don't know, on a Friday, we do like a community parlay together where I pick like 4 or 5 fights depending, and then I do like a vote. All right, bro. I'll see you in a minute, Paradox. Let us know how it goes. So what I do is I get my community to vote on different fights, and then I stick that on a parlay regardless of what it is. So on this particular one, we had Michael Venom Page, Anthony Smith, Diego Lopez, and Yeri. And I put $25 on it. And then for my parlay, which I did last week, I had a whole load of things on it. But to finish it off, I've got Ricky Simon, Ian Gary, Diego Lopez, and Alex Pereira. So those are the parlays that I've got still running. But I am going to put one more on, and I just have to figure out what it might be. I haven't quite decided yet. It seems that Vic is okay. That's really good. I think is I don't really. At the end of the day, trash talk is all in the game. I don't want to see the guy get fucking brutalized. Like, and I'm not going to get off on somebody being hurt in that way. It's just not. The thing is, as fans of the sport, none of us want that. We don't want to see a guy get killed or permanently, because it looks bad for the sport. And we've still kind of got that over boxing, where there haven't been any fatalities in the ring or in the cage so far. Certainly not in mainstream MMA. Not confirmed, but the general consensus, that's good. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to hear right now. I don't want to see the guy get seriously hurt. Okay. That's positive news. It's weird, yeah, because no, it's not that I've never watched Karate Combat, but I've certainly never done it live on a watch long before, and for that to happen, maybe I need to stay away from them, or maybe I need to do them more often. I might have the Midas touch when it comes to predicting. You're telling me you also don't get hard-ons by seeing sick knockouts. I'm not saying that at all. That definitely happens. I call it an MMA boner. That's what I refer to it as. I refer to it as an MMA boner. Anyway, as you guys can see, yeah, Aaron, I'm still alive. It wasn't my intention, but we had some UK guy, and we ended up watching Karate Combat. So we kind of like got really into it. What did I think about Yuri asking that Alex doesn't use rituals magic in his fight? I found that aspect of the story to be fascinating. It's fascinating from a lot of perspectives, because there were a few things that stood out to it from me. Firstly, when Yuri said it, at first I was not sure if he was. The thing is, I never think Yuri's joking, because I don't think he's that kind of guy. But there was a part of me that was like, is he kind of just, messing around a little bit? I've heard about black magic and stuff being used in different contexts, and I'm not completely closed-minded to it. I think what's interesting is, like, when he said it, what stood out to me that not a lot of people are talking about is Pereira didn't like deny it. He didn't go like, "Oh, you're being stupid. Like, what are you talking about? You're an idiot." He literally sat there like I'll do what I want kind of thing. Like he didn't outright say I don't do it. It's like he wasn't willing to like discredit the whole thing, which is interesting. Do I think it has an impact on the fight? Genuinely, not really. Or potentially not at all. But the fact that it's something that Yeri brought up, which seemed to be completely random, and the fact that Alex hasn't outright just gone either denied it or gone like, "What you talking about? You're retarded," is interesting to me. Do I think it has an actual bearing on how the fight's going to go, or has had a fight on the bearing, or a bearing on how the fight went? I don't think so. But like I said, I'm not informed enough to be like, I'm not closed-minded enough as well to be like, it doesn't exist or that shit doesn't happen. I like to think of myself as a rational, cynical person most of the time. But it's also fun to kind of be open to the possibility that there are things that we don't know about or have seen that exist. So that's my take on it. And the fact that he doubled down is especially funny to me. If anything, it's amusing. How you doing, Sile? Welcome back, bro. For people of you who are seeing me on here and being like, "You're still here," it's like, I'm as surprised as you are. This was supposed to be a quick one. And I'm just confirming to the people that are here, or reminding the people who are turning up late again. Yeah, we nearly saw James. Oh yeah, sorry. I just realized. I thought you were jumping in and say, yeah. We are going to do a watch. We have decided to do a watch along tomorrow, and whoever wants to jump on camera and be part of the watch along, you're welcome. So I'll just throw the link up and we'll see how that goes. I knew you'd have a solid take. I'm not closed-minded to the unseen world myself, and I've always known about dark magic being used in sports. What's so interesting is people aren't outright clowning, because I think that people are, when it comes to anything supernatural, you'd find that there are more people that either sit in the "we think it's real" and the "we're not sure" than the people who outright say it's bullshit. Do you know what I mean? And I'm of the persuasion where, like, even though like I haven't seen and I have experienced things in my life, and we have spoken about this previously in different contexts, where I was like, yeah, I've said to the chat before, there was a woman that I was involved in that my family were convinced was doing black magic on me. And I can say this to you, I was being probably soy in that situation. The woman was insanely hot and I was simping pretty hard and I was young. But maybe there's some element to it because like I was out of my mind at that time. I was simping on a level I hadn't before and haven't done since. Obviously a different context. But am I closed-minded to the possibility that there are good and bad energy that you can put out, and there's things that I don't understand and things I haven't seen? Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah, I'm open-minded to that. Of course. I don't rule anything out until it's been scientifically proven to be utter bullshit. And as far as I'm concerned, it hasn't. So, or to my knowledge, it hasn't. So I'm more than willing to remain open-minded to it. And again, it was more just on a basic level. It's more the way that Alex responded to it. He didn't turn and go like, "Is this guy for fucking real?" Or he wasn't like, "No, I didn't do that." He just kind of sat there like he didn't respond to it the way that you would think he would, or I would have. Like if it was outright bullshit, or if it was like I thought the guy was retarded, I'll go in that direction. But with Alex, you never really know. But that's the thing there. That's the thing about me, Ironines, as well. Yeah, like, and the guys in here know this as well. I am not in the slightest bit worried about making a fool of myself in here. You can guarantee that I'm going to say how I feel, and I'm going to talk about my experiences honestly. And if people think I'm retarded and wrong, I don't mind. Like, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. Who hasn't had a chick put black thing is there, Chris? You're not playing the game correctly if you haven't had somebody try to put a curse on you. That's just how it be. If you haven't had a woman genuinely call you up after a fling or some kind of situation and say, "I'm going to put a curse on you," you haven't been playing the game correctly, as far as I'm concerned. And huzzah to that. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing. This is Connor's part. This is what I'm saying. He seemed annoyed, like it's like he's exposing me. Maybe I was just reaching, and I was like, you know, I formulated that in my own mind. But it felt like that a little bit to me, man. Where he was like, I can't believe this motherfucker's bringing this up. A girl once, a gyal once told me her black magic gyat on me, and my white Hindu powers couldn't defend myself. And that's what it feels like. It feels like Yuri's basically saying, "Look, I do like the samurai thing, and you do like the, you know, the whatever it is, the I don't even know what to call what Alex Pereira does, but basically what he's saying is your spiritual shit is stronger than my spiritual shit. Can we both just not do it at all and just have a level playing field?" And the fact that Alex is just like, you know, seems like he's being called out on it is, at the very least, it's objectively funny. And the fact that like Yuri is then like doubling down as one saying, and like Yuri is not joking. This is not a joke. Like this is the thing that like I'm glad that got eliminated from the whole situation. The fact that he was literally like, this guy's a dirty cheater. He's using Amazonian. So he's like, the fact that he sat there serious, like this guy's not fucking joking. And he's like, look, he cheated me. This is a dirty way to win a fight. And you're waiting for him to crack a smile and for it to be a bit of it. Because you know Yuri's a bit of a playful guy. He's not fucking about at all. He genuinely means it. He genuinely means that he's using some kind of Aztec fucking voodoo that's too strong. Maybe what it is like Yuri's used to doing his samurai praying and it getting him through fights. And he's like, hang on a second. There's a godlike presence here I don't feel that strong samurai presence that I usually feel. And he's like, he's definitely doing something. Maybe if I ask him politely and call him out, he won't do it. Alex has definitely sacrificed at least 2 kids. I don't even know what to say to that. Alex seems to me like he'd be willing to do anything to win a fight, so I don't know. His rise to the top has been unprecedented. Maybe there is some kind of supernatural power behind it. Adesanya spoke about this energy that was around Pereira as well in an interview a little while back. Right when I heard Yuri's interview, my spidey sense tingled. The thing is, yeah, with Izzy probably is up to some wild shit as well. You know, Izzy's kind of Izzy. I don't know how much you know about how much I feel about Izzy or whatnot, but it's the main character syndrome thing. But again, I don't know. People can obviously tell, like, I'm not gonna go as far as to say like I'm an educated person and all this and that. But I can say that I'm a reasonably educated person, but I'm also an open-minded person. I'm a spiritual person. And like I said, until things are categorically proven to be utter bullshit to me, I'll make it simple for you guys, yeah? I was laying in bed yesterday and thinking about this. You know, the very fact that we exist, that we're flesh and bone, that we're interacting, I'm still the kind of guy that is fascinated by that. The fact that there's existence. You know, the fact that we're in here now, a bunch of us, talking about fucking MMA. The fact that there is MMA, the fact that there's anything is fascinating to me. So am I going to stick my nose up at the possibility that you can pray or do some form of worship and that it benefits you in some way, or that you... Fuck no. I'm not an arrogant cunt like that where I'm going to look down at people's beliefs or the way that people do things. Fuck no. In fact, and part of me as well, like, it would be kind of cool if that was the case. I don't know how you guys feel, but it certainly is how I feel. And it's certainly making the prospect of tomorrow being so much more exciting. Like, I'm well up for this. I was up for it anyway, and I'm sure that most of you would agree that like get it something to look into Paradox. Get it before Guru. I mean, I guess it could be something that could be looked at for sure. I don't know if I've got that in me to properly look into it, because it sounds like it's going to draw up more questions than it does answers, for sure. So I think I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. Is there anything you guys want to talk about between now and then? And I'm just going to remind people that are in here. Again, I hate saying it. I hate saying like and subscribe and all that stuff, but you know this is how the game works, and it goes a long way for obviously content creators like us. If you do that in the stream, but I will remind people we are going to do a watch along tomorrow, and there will be an opportunity for whoever the fuck wants to jump on camera to do so. I think it could be a fun concept, and I'm definitely down for it. And we'll see who turns up. Like I said, I'm not really expecting too much, because I know a lot of people are doing. I know there are a lot of people who are going to be streaming tomorrow night. But we'll see how it goes, and hopefully, people wanting to have the opportunity to see people turn up in cam will make it a little bit different. Bro, there's literally floating sheeps in the sky that absorb water and piss it out. See, when you put it that way, anything's possible. You know what I'm saying? It's a crazy. The whole fact that we exist is insane. It's insane. And I just say we roll with it. Before you sign off, are you riding with Pereira or Yuri for this rematch? I'm glad you asked that, because, and I swear to God, let me try and get this. I'll do the hide. So what the situation was here was basically when this fight was announced, I was Alex Pereira all the way. I've released videos saying like I think he's the pound for pound best right now. I am a massive Alex fan. However, in the last couple of days, I've switched. Yes, four. You've seen the sun's coming up behind me. It's 4:33 in the morning. Yeah, I'm Chris, you legend. Yeah, I'm I think Yuri might pull it off, because we've obviously seen like Alex. And apologies to some of you in the stream who have heard me say this already from earlier. The fact that he's been seen in Australia, seen in Japan, he's turning up at fucking fire stations, he's up to all kinds of shit, and it doesn't look like he's been as seriously training as he was. He had the injured toe. He obviously got this fight on shorter notice than Yuri did, because Yuri knew that he might be getting pulled up. The fact that he's gone through a horrific weight cut in a more short. I mean, I know he's a professional; he gets it done. And also the fact that Yuri is not injured, as he was going into or coming off a big injury and coming off a layoff. I don't know. There were parts in that first fight where I saw Yuri doing really well, and I felt like he was going to win. And I did originally pick him. There's something about. I just have a feeling that Yuri might get it done. So that's what I'm going with. The card starts for us, I believe, tomorrow. I think it's at 11 p.m. Like most of the fucking cards do. I think it's 11 p.m. Paradox is saying it's 11 p.m., so I'm going to assume that's correct. Usually I check on so the early prelims usually start. The betting apps are usually a good way to check. So yeah, it says that it says 11:10. So yeah, basically the show starts at 11, and I don't. So for my full card predictions, I don't do prediction videos anymore. But I did talk about it yesterday with a YouTuber called Fugazi MMA, who's very new as well. We did like a good. So it's on my live stream from yesterday. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing yours as well, because I know you usually post them just before the card, which is pretty smart. But thanks a lot, Iron Lions, for coming down. It's really a pleasure to have you here. You're somebody who really inspired me. So keep doing your thing, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. I think I'm going to wrap it up pretty much now, unless there's anything anyone wants to say before I head off, or anything anyone wants to share. Been a pleasure, dude. This has been another fun one. It seems like they're all fun ones these days. Nice one, brother. I really appreciate it. Yeah. So if there's anything anyone else wants to add, now's the time, because I think I'm pretty much going to duck out soon. We've got 52 in here. Most of them are on Twitter, which is awesome. Yeah, nothing but love, guys. It's been amazing today. We'll look forward to doing a watch along tomorrow. I think it will be fun. Gonna head out to enjoy the stream, man. Have a good rest of your days, guys. Thanks. Good night, bro, as well, Mo. Thanks a lot for turning up, especially. I don't know how rough it must be for you, it being 4:30. Guys, I'll catch you tomorrow. Please turn up if you can. It will be awesome. I'll hopefully get on from when the card starts, and we'll see where it goes. Message me, yeah, Paradox. Message me on Twitter. We'll definitely get something going. See you tomorrow, Chris. Always a pleasure. Guys, take it easy. Peace.